Chapter 2333. The elegant middle-aged man was directly sent flying. The old man's complexion suddenly changed. His eyes suddenly flashed, and he shouted loudly, "Who are you?" The elegant middle-aged man flew upside down in midair and then landed in front of the old man, assuming a defensive posture. However, the man in front of him was still motionless, as if he had not felt anything at all. "Don't be nervous. Master has no malicious intent." At this time, Xiaoxian was suddenly awakened from his practice and said in a formal manner. At this time, the two finally noticed the existence of Xiaoxian, but their attention was attracted by the sudden appearance of Yixuan, who would notice the existence of Xiaoxian in the corner next to them. "Who are you?" The elegant middle-aged man shouted and was ready to attack at any time. However, he still relaxed a lot when facing Xiaoxian. At this time, Xiaoxian's cultivation was only at the Hotian realm. The gap between them was too big. "This old man is Zhang Li. May I know who your excellency is, and why have you appeared in my Zhang family's ancestral temple?" The old man asked, his eyes staring at Yixuan's back. "Zhang Li?" Hearing this name, Yixuan's back finally moved, and he turned around. Imprinted in Zhang Li's eyes was an excessively young face. However, when he looked at his eyes, they were gray and lifeless, as if they had experienced 1,000 or 10,000 years. They were like a pool of stagnant water, without the slightest fluctuation. In these 10 days, Yixuan had completely fallen into a dead silence. Although he was prepared, when he really saw the memorial tablets of his parents and relatives, he was still unable to extricate himself, and the world collapsed. When looking at Zhang Li, there was a slight fluctuation in his eyes, and he said, "You are the current master of Zhang family, Zhang Li?" Zhang Li and the elegant middle-aged man were suddenly startled. Sure enough, Yixuan had come for them. From the outside, the Zhang family's ancestral temple seemed to be nothing special, but the entire mountain was actually under strict security and precautions. Usually, there would not be too strict security. After all, this was just an ancestral temple. It could be said that it was important, but it could also be said that it was not important. Even if it was destroyed, it would not damage the foundation of Zhang family. But at the same time, it was also the spiritual sustenance of the Zhang family, so they would arrange for more strict security on normal days. It was impossible for ordinary people or ordinary demonic beasts to enter. However, a month ago, he had secretly ordered that he would come back to worship the ancestors. Although he did not alarm the high-ranking officials in the city, the guards of the ancestral shrine were all trusted subordinates of the Zhang family who had served the Zhang family for many years, so there was no need to worry that the secret would be leaked. It was reasonable to say that a thorough search should have been carried out by now. So how could a person sneak in? Even a peak-level sage expert like him hadn't discovered this person. Now, all the high-ranking officials in Huaxia were powerful cultivators. It was impossible to assassinate them as easily as it was in the past. They knew everything that happened within 100 miles. However, he didn't notice the person in front of him. How could he not be vigilant? As one of the most influential big shots in Huaxia, there were too many people who wanted to deal with him, so he had to be careful. "That's right, I am Zhang Li," Zhang Li said with rapt attention. Yixuan looked at his old nephew and felt even more pain in his heart. Thousands of years had passed and everything had changed. Zhang Li looked at Yixuan's face and felt that it was very familiar. It seemed as if he had seen it somewhere before. Suddenly, he glanced at the memorial tablet that belonged to his uncle. The young man with a brilliant smile on the memorial tablet was exactly the same as the person in front of him. His expression suddenly became bitingly cold, and a murderous intention burst out in his eyes. He angrily shouted, "Your Excellency, what do you mean by this? You have trespassed into my Zhang family's ancestral shrine, and even want to insult my uncle? Why do you say that?" Yixuan's eyes gradually returned to normal, and he asked, "Aren't you asking the obvious? Why did you disguise yourself as my uncle?" Zhang Li shouted. Although he had never seen his uncle with his own eyes, but when his father was alive, He often talked about this matter. Later, he sent people to search for his uncle for many years, but they couldn't find his whereabouts in the end, so he could only give up. The younger generation of the Zhang family might not be very clear about this matter. After all, Yi Shiwen had never appeared for them, and they didn't have any interaction with him. It was the same as the ancestors of a long time ago. They wouldn't have the slightest interaction except for the memorial tablets. However, Zhang Li was very clear about this matter because he had been responsible for sending people to search for Yi Shiwen's whereabouts for a long time. Therefore, he felt that Yi Shiwen was so familiar when he saw him for the first time. Even if hundreds of years had passed, he still had a deep impression of him. Yi Shiwen grinned and said with a faint smile, "How do you know that I am disguising myself? Can't I look like this since I was born? You are also a sage realm cultivator. Can't you see through the disguise at a glance?" Zhang Li was speechless. This was his biggest doubt. In this world, both science and martial arts were equally important. Whether it was the disguise of martial arts or the plastic surgery of science, it was impossible to hide from his divine sense. He could see through it at a glance. However, he couldn't see the slightest flaw when he looked at the person in front of him. It seemed as if he had been born with this appearance. Humph, so what if you look like this innately? Who is driving you? Don't think that you can disguise as my uncle just because you look like him. Zhang Li immediately said. More than 1,000 years had passed. Even if his uncle was still alive, it was impossible for him to look like a young man. This was his biggest flaw. He had already determined that Yi Shiwen had come to swindle and deceive him. He had even used his deceased uncle to swindle and deceive him. Zhang Li was extremely angry in his heart. He couldn't allow this person to be rampant. It has been 1,000 years since my uncle went missing. How can he still be alive? Even if he is alive, he won't look like this. This is your biggest flaw. Do I need to disguise myself? Yi Shiwen smiled and said, "Why can't I leave home at a young age and cultivate for many years, so I can maintain this appearance? Although cultivation can make people stay young, I have never heard of people who can stay so young. They are even younger than they were 1,000 years ago," Zhang Li said resolutely and decisively. Many people couldn't even live to the end of their lifespans due to the harsh cultivation environment on Earth. So he didn't believe it at all. It seems that the Earth's environment has limited your vision. Yi Shiwen sighed and said, "I am me. There is no need to pretend, and there is no need. I don't want to get anything from the Zhang family. It's just that after 1,000 years, everything has changed. Although I didn't see your father when I came back this time, I know that the Zhang family is fine, so I am relieved. When I disappeared, you weren't even born yet. It's reasonable for you to have such doubts." Yi Shiwen's biggest regret was that he hadn't been filial to his parents. Time couldn't be reversed, and his parents hadn't died in the war. Instead, they had spent their remaining years under the care of his younger brother. This was the only comfort in his heart. Although it couldn't untie the knot in his heart, it was enough to comfort his guilt. Zhang Li looked at Yi Shiwen with a doubtful look in his eyes. No matter what Yi Shiwen said, this matter seemed strange. Although the matter of the Zhang family's king was classified as a confidential matter, it wasn't impossible for someone to investigate it if they wanted to. Moreover, this wasn't a secret of military technology. It was impossible to keep it secret to that extent. He wouldn't have wanted to take the risk if this man's cultivation hadn't been unfathomable. In fact, he would have captured this man a long time ago. He looked old. However, he was a sage expert after all. Moreover, he had been fighting on the battlefield all year round. So, no one in the Zhang family could compare to him when it came to killing. Suddenly, a person had appeared after 1,000 years and said that he was his uncle. He wouldn't have believed it if it were him. A long time passed, and Zhang Li said, "You shouldn't be unfamiliar with these things if you're really my uncle." Zhang Li took out a small sealed box and said, "Originally, no one had seen my uncle's body after he had disappeared. So, only a cenotaph could be erected. These things were left behind by my uncle. They had been specially processed. So, Your Excellency should be able to recognize them if you're in person. He was doubtful in his heart. However, he wouldn't give up as long as there was even the slightest opportunity. These things had been left behind by Yi Shiwen in the past. His appearance could be recognized by looking at his photos. So, it couldn't be regarded as a top secret. However, these things had never been shown to anyone, so no one would know about them, unless he was Zhang Rui himself. Opening the small box, a familiar feeling arose spontaneously. There was a slightly yellowed diary, a few game discs, and a phone that probably couldn't be used a long time ago. That was everything in the small box. Yi Shiwen's eyes were somewhat moist. Buried in this box were not these little things, but his previous life. This is my diary. If I remember correctly, the last entry should be on July 5th. Hee. I don't have the habit of keeping a diary. I've been slacking off for 3 days and drying the net for 2 days. Even after 10 years, I've only managed to write down this diary. Yi Shiwen shook his head and said with a smile, it had been too long. So long that it seemed like a matter of his previous life. No, it was a matter of his previous life. It seemed as if something had cracked in Yi Shiwen's heart. Originally, the last step that had prevented him from becoming a god had been like a wall blocking his path. But now, a crack had appeared in that wall. He was naturally very happy in his heart. He hadn't expected that after several years of no progress, he would actually make progress just by looking at some relics of the past. This was simply a pleasant surprise. This is the CD that I had left behind when I was fighting magical beasts. This is my clothes. One by one, Yi Shiwen spoke tirelessly. It was exactly the same as what Zhang Li knew. He was somewhat startled. Was this really his uncle? Chapter 2334. These things had never been open to the public. Even his son didn't know about it, let alone outsiders. Then there was only one possibility, and that was that he really was his uncle. Originally, Yi Shiwen's disappearance at that time was very strange. With the progress of the times, martial arts had become more and more well known. If Yi Shiwen went to learn martial arts from the powerhouse at that time, then everything made sense, including why they couldn't find him no matter how hard they tried, and why Yi Shiwen disappeared mysteriously. Nephew Zhang Li greets uncle. Nephew didn't recognize uncle just now. Please forgive me. Zhang Li quickly bowed and said he was also a person who could take it easy. Since he had confirmed that the person in front of him was his uncle, there was no hesitation. The whole scene looked abnormally strange. An old man actually knelt in front of a young man and called him uncle. Such a situation was very common among the cultivators. There were many people who had a successful cultivation and maintained their youthful appearance. It was just that in the environment of the earth, many people could not maintain it for a long time. Get up, said Yi Shiwen faintly. I haven't seen you for 1,000 years. It's normal that you don't know me. Besides, I didn't contribute anything to the Zhang family. Zhang Li stood up and said, after uncle disappeared, father did not give up looking for uncle. But there was no news of uncle. I left home with a powerhouse to cultivate since I was a child. I didn't expect that the world had changed when I came back, said Yi Shiwen with a sigh. In the end, he still didn't tell the truth of the matter. The matter of his transmigration and rebirth was too bizarre. There was no benefit in not mentioning it. Zhang Li nodded. Zhang Li nodded. This was consistent with his initial speculation. There was only one possibility for him to suddenly reappear after disappearing for thousands of years. No wonder my secretary couldn't do anything to my uncle just now. His cultivation must have reached an incredible level. Otherwise, how could I not see through him? He might even be a great sage. Only a great sage could break into the ancestral shrine silently without me noticing at all. Zhang Li nodded as this was consistent with his initial speculation. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel excited. As a top family in China, the Zhang family had a strong foundation after thousands of years of development. However, the Zhang family was still ranked at the bottom among the top families because they lacked a great sage to hold the fort. In this chaotic world, only the top forces could stand in this world. Although their family also had a good relationship with some great sages of sects, the forces of other sects were just other sects after all. How could they be compared to their own families? If the Zhang family could have a great sage, then there was no doubt that the Zhang family could go to a higher level and truly become the top family in China and even the entire world. They could compete with those huge sections. Right now, the Zhang family was able to summon the wind and summon the rain. To a large extent, it was because they had borrowed the power of the entire Huaxia Empire. In front of the state apparatus, especially with the great advancement in technology and mecha that could pose a threat to high-level martial artists, even sects would not dare to challenge the state apparatus. However, the Zhang family was the weakest among the top families. The reason was that they lacked a great sage to hold the fort. In contrast, they had always lacked the top deterrent force. Next to him, that elegant middle-aged man was also looking at Yi Shiwen with an incredulous look on his face. Although he was only a secretary, but he had personally accompanied Zhang Li to worship the ancestors. This clearly showed that he was Zhang Li's trusted aide and was deeply trusted by him. However, he had followed Zhang Li for more than 200 years, but he had never heard of such a ridiculously powerful person in the Zhang family. Yi Shiwen had shaken off his attack without even moving. Even an ordinary sage expert couldn't do this. When I left home in the past, I didn't expect that the Zhang family would one day become a top family in China. The world is unpredictable. The will of the heavens is like a knife. It's probably like this. You have contributed a lot to the Zhang family's current situation. I didn't contribute at all. So I'm just an outsider. So there's nothing to say. Yi Shiwen said, "What are you talking about, eldest uncle? We wouldn't have stayed in touch for so many years if we had known that eldest uncle was still alive." Zhang Li promptly replied, "This is already unfilial of us." "It's nothing. The Zhang family has been developing better and better these years without me," Yi Shiwen said. How could he not see through Zhang Li's thoughts? However, he was the ancestor of the Zhang family, so these things were a matter of course. "I've come back this time to pay my respects to my relatives. I didn't want to alarm anyone. It's fate that I've met you. Eldest uncle, we didn't know that eldest uncle was still alive. So, we couldn't show our filial piety to you. Now that eldest uncle has come back, let us have the opportunity to show our filial piety." Zhang Li promptly said, "Don't worry. I won't leave these next few days. You should be suffering from an old illness now. The limit of Sage Realm is 2,000 years, and you're not even 1,000 years old. So you're already getting old. I will help you recuperate as much as possible during this period." Yi Shiwen said. Yi Shiwen had returned. So it was impossible for him to do nothing and let the Zhang family go on like this as an uncle. Zhang Li had broken through to the peak of Sage Realm in just a few hundred years. Theoretically speaking, it was very easy for him to break through to the Great Sage Realm. However, he couldn't break through because his old injuries had consumed too much of his vitality. So, there was no way to go further. Yi Shiwen wanted to recuperate Zhang Li. Then it would only be a matter of time for him to break through to the Great Sage Realm with his accumulation. What? Zhang Li opened his eyes wide. He couldn't believe it. This was simply a miracle. He was one of the top experts in China. It could be said that he was close to a solution. However, he couldn't do anything about his own chronic illness. He had fought on the battlefield in his early years, leaving too many internal injuries. It was not a big deal when he was young, but now it had collectively broken out. He should have just reached the prime of his life, but in fact, he had already entered the stage of old age. It could be said that he was prematurely aging, and this is not a big problem. It will be fine as long as you recuperate for a period of time. At that time, you still have a lot of time to break through to the Great Sage Realm. If you have the opportunity in the future, it is not impossible to go further. The Great Sage realm is just a preparation for the real starting point of cultivation. Yi Shiwen nodded and said, he was talking about the later transcendent realm. In his opinion, the previous realm was just laying the foundation. Only by entering the transcendent realm could one truly enter the cultivation. If this matter was revealed, it would definitely be shocking. However, with his identity and strength, he was qualified to say this. Zhang Li couldn't believe it, listening to Yi Shiwen's tone. It seemed that even the Great Sage realm, the highest realm in the mortal world, was nothing. It was simply unimaginable to what extent his cultivation had reached. It was unfathomable. He was even more delighted in his heart. He could fully imagine that if he could get Yi Shiwen's support, the development of the Zhang family would definitely be able to reach a higher level. The next generation of the Zhang family might even have a chance to ascend to the highest position. You are still young. In the environment of the earth, it is already good to have such cultivation. If you can go further in the future, you can support the future of the Zhang family. As your uncle, I can't help you too much. I can't protect the Zhang family's wealth for eternity. You should know that the world will decline when it reaches its peak. The Zhang family is now on the path of prosperity. How long it can be maintained is not up to me or you. But it depends on whether there can be a continuous flow of talents in the future. Said Yi Shiwen, even if he had entered the Tao confirmation, he couldn't guarantee that he could protect a force for 10,000 years. After all, even if it was an immortal inheritance created by the gods, it was not uncommon for it to decline or even be completely annihilated in the end. As the ancestor of the Zhang family, it was already worthy of the Zhang family to be able to protect the Zhang family's wealth for thousands of years. It was impossible for him to take care of everything. Thank you, uncle, said Zhang Li quickly. The old illness in his body had been torturing him for many years. Xiao Xian greets Marshal Granduncle, said Xiao Xian with a formal salute. Zhang Li was Yi Shiwen's nephew. He was considered as Gao Qingye's junior. For Xiao Xian, he was naturally Marshal Granduncle. Uncle, this is... asked Zhang Li, looking at Yi Shiwen. This is the descendant of an apprentice that I accepted. You deserve to call you Marshal Granduncle, said Yi Shiwen. The more Zhang Li looked at Xiao Xian, the more familiar he felt, as if he had seen her somewhere before. You don't have to look. Her ancestor is Gao Qingye, said Yi Shiwen. At this moment, Zhang Li finally remembered why this little girl looked so familiar. This person was none other than Gao Qingye's only remaining descendant, Gao Xuexian. She was the one who had caused a sensation during this period of time. As one of the top big shots in China, it was naturally impossible for him to be ignorant of what happened in the pilgrimage palace. In fact, there were people from the military who went there at that time. Everything was transmitted back in real time, so he was very clear about it. China also felt that the remaining bloodline of the pilgrimage palace was very troublesome. On one hand, the pilgrimage palace played a great role in the development of China in the past. On the other hand, it was difficult to provoke the various forces. It was just that Yi Shiwen and Xiao Xian disappeared later. No one knew where they went, but the pilgrimage mountain had been sealed. It was sealed by the array laid by Yi Shiwen. Many people wanted to go and explore, but they were blocked by Yi Shiwen's array. Many people secretly sighed at the exquisiteness of the array. It was in harmony with heaven and earth. It was almost operated by the power of heaven and earth, so it did not need other energy to provide. Although the great sage was strong, it was still far from competing with heaven and earth. It was just that he never expected that the person who looked down upon in the rumors was actually his uncle. Chapter 2335. In the past few days, the rumor about the powerful Senior Yi on Mount Pilgrimage had spread throughout the human world. Even the demonic beast world had spread the news. Yi Shiwen was too strong. In the face of the siege of a group of great sages, he did not fall into a disadvantageous position. He even dared to say that he would kill all the great sages present alone. After seeing Yi Shiwen kill several great sages in succession, everyone did not doubt whether he had the ability to kill the rest of the great sages. Compared with him, the strength of the others present was also too far apart. No one was strong enough to compete with him. The reason why Yi Shiwen let them go made them dumbfounded. He actually left them to the future Gao Shuexian, which made many people even more afraid. But at least they were a little relieved. When Gao Shuexian grew to the point where she could threaten them, it might be hundreds or thousands of years later. At that time, these old guys might be dead. The only trouble was that Gao Shuexian might pose a serious threat to their descendants. However, it was not so easy to become a great sage. If it was so easy to become a great sage, then it would not be one in 10 million people. It was not enough to describe it as rare. How could it be so simple? Gao Shuexian's threat was something that would happen hundreds or thousands of years later. In fact, it might even happen 2,000 or 3,000 years later. However, Yi Shiwen's threat was close at hand. He was an old monster whose age was unknown. He was also an old monster whose strength was unknown. No one knew when he would erupt. This was the most frightening thing. This was a realistic threat. The Chinese government had always been quite a headache for such an old monster with unknown origins and strength, and who used to cultivate in unknown mountains and forests. Basically, they needed to pay attention to them for a long time to prevent these weird old monsters from doing something unmanageable. Such things happen repeatedly. Some old monsters were eccentric. As soon as they came out of the mountains, they found that the world had changed greatly and caused a lot of trouble. Zhang Li had also received a report on this matter some time ago, but he had never imagined that the ridiculously powerful and unreasonable old monster mentioned in the report was actually his own uncle. At this time, his mood was mixed, but in general he was extremely happy. His uncle was so powerful, so the benefits for the Zhang family were naturally great. He suddenly thought of the news he had received before. Many forces were getting restless and wanted to join forces to eliminate this unstable factor. After all, many of them felt guilty. They had made a mistake in the matter of the pilgrimage palace. Many cruel and merciless people did not want to let this threat grow. At that time, he felt that it didn't have much to do with him, and as the highest leader of the country, he naturally didn't want to have such power that wasn't under his control. But now it was different. Since the legendary old monster was his uncle, then everything was completely different. If those people dared to come to the door, he would not be polite. Although the Zhang family did not have a great sage, it was still one of the top families after all. The military power that they could mobilize was enough to make those people reconsider their opinions. It wasn't easy for Big Uncle to return. How could he let the old man be disturbed again? Yi Shiwen and Zhang Li paid their respects to their parents and loved ones, and then left the ancestral temple. They came quietly and didn't disturb anyone. No one knew that Zhang Li had returned. Instead, he took a private plane back to the imperial capital. After 1,000 years, this was the first time Yi Shiwen had come to the imperial capital after his return. Compared to 1,000 years ago, there were many tall buildings, and it was more modern. The Zhang family was also one of the top families in the imperial capital. They lived in a huge villa area in the old district of the imperial capital base city before it expanded. The entire villa area was tightly protected. With Zhang Li leading the way, they naturally didn't need to go through layers of security checks. They naturally entered the Zhang family's villa area. After thousands of years of reproduction, the Zhang family had also multiplied many branches. However, most of them lived in this villa area. Therefore, the entire villa area had become the Zhang family's ancestral land. The villa where Zhang Li lived was in the most central area of this villa area. It was also the most heavily guarded area. There were even soldiers standing guard at the door. This was the protection of these elders. Zhang Li and the others had just entered when a beautiful woman of about 30 years old came out and quickly said, "Father-in-law, you are back!" She looked up and was somewhat surprised to find that although her father-in-law had returned, he was not the first one to enter the door. On the contrary, The first one to enter the door was a teenager who seemed to be only 18 or 19 years old. The first impression this teenager gave was that he was clean. Yes, very clean. His clothes were not necessarily luxurious. It was very simple, but it gave people a feeling of cleanliness. He didn't have the kind of immaturity that ordinary teenagers had. On the contrary, he had a kind of steadiness that didn't match his age. At the same time, he walked in front of Zhang Li without feeling anything. It was as if he was born to be like this. And Zhang Li seemed to have acquiesced to the situation and automatically fell half a step behind this teenager. "Uncle, this is my eldest son, Zhang Xinda's wife, Yu Xiuqin. She has been married to Zhang Xinda for more than 300 years. Now, my wife and I live here with my eldest son's family." Without waiting for the beautiful woman to ask, Zhang Li quickly took the lead to introduce and said. The beautiful woman opened her mouth and widened her eyes. She almost suspected that she had misheard. "What is this situation? Uncle? Did I miss here just now because I was distracted?" Zhang Li actually called this teenager uncle. One must know that she had been married to Zhang Xinda for more than 300 years. Now that the old lady didn't manage the family affairs, she was managing the Zhang family from top to bottom. How come she never knew that there was such an uncle? Moreover, he looked so young. He looked much younger than her grandson. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and salute uncle," Zhang Li immediately said with a straight face. He had always attached great importance to these etiquettes. He was an extremely old-fashioned person. In these years, he even picked up the classics and read them. He usually boasted that he was an old Confucian scholar. In the hearts of the people of the Zhang family, they were somewhat rigid and old-fashioned. The people of the Zhang family usually saw Zhang Li's extremely serious side. It should be known that a big shot like him could even be on an equal footing with a great sage-level expert. But now he was being respectful to this teenager. It seemed that he was even more unhappy than if he was disrespectful to him. Although she hadn't figured out the situation yet, Zhang Li's accumulated prestige over the years made her salute subconsciously. "Greetings, big grandfather." The beautiful middle-aged woman quickly saluted and said. She quietly raised her head and glanced at Yi Shiwen. However, she completely accepted it. She didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Even Zhang Li didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. "All right, no need to be so polite." Yi Shiwen supported her. The beautiful middle-aged woman suddenly felt that she was being supported by an irresistible force. She was secretly startled in her heart. This big grandfather who came out of nowhere isn't simple. His strength is unfathomable. At least he's much stronger than me. "Xiuqin, go and prepare a room for your big grandfather." "I want the best one," said Zhang Li. Yu Xiuqin was a little surprised. She was very clear about the best room that Zhang Li mentioned. It was the place where Zhang Xian originally lived. However, it had been empty after Zhang Xian passed away. Zhang Li didn't allow anyone to disturb it. Now he actually wanted to tidy it up for this young man. Of course, tidying up wasn't a problem. In fact, every room would be cleaned every day. They could move in at any time. It wasn't a big deal. However, the significance of this made her a little surprised. "Big uncle, that is the room where my father lives. Usually my father has been talking about how good it would be if he could find you. If my father knew this in the afterlife, he would be very happy," said Zhang Li with emotion. He seemed to be able to see Zhang Xian's regretful appearance until now. However, he didn't expect that he would have the opportunity to find his long-lost uncle after 100 years after Zhang Xian passed away. "Help Xiao Xian to tidy up a room too. She will live here during this period," said Yi Shiwen. Although Xiao Xian was young, he was quite mature. It wasn't suitable for him to live with her. "Oh yes, I was negligent. Xiuqin, tidy up a room for Xiao Xian," said Zhang Li. "Yes, Grandpa," said Yu Xiuqin quickly. These were all trivial matters. This villa was very big. In fact, their family couldn't live in many places. Most of the rooms were empty as guest rooms. Okay, then let the servants take me up. I will take a rest first. Come up to call us when it's dinner time. You also prepare a little. We will treat you later, said Yi Shiwen. He took Xiao Xian and followed the servants to the third floor. He didn't act coy. Speaking of which, this was his home, although it was late for more than 1,000 years. Watching Yi Shiwen's figure disappear, Yu Xiuqin whispered to Zhongli, "Grandpa, this big grandfather is—" There was a smile on Zhongli's face. He was naturally very happy to meet his big uncle unexpectedly. Moreover, his big uncle was the extremely powerful person in the report. "This is my father's elder brother. He is my big uncle. In other words, he is your big grandfather," said Zhongli. "Treat him more respectfully than you treat me. Do you understand?" He was also afraid that his daughter-in-law wouldn't serve him well enough and offend Yishuin. This was not a simple elder in the family. At the same time, he was also an unfathomable, great sage master. Yes, but why have I never heard of such a big grandfather? Yu Xiuqin frowned slightly and voiced out the doubts in her heart. Chapter 2336. Uncle left home to practice with a master since he was a child. It is normal that you have not heard of him, Zhongli said with a smile. Yu Xiuqin would have thought that the person in front of her was her father-in-law if it were not for the fact that she had known Zhongli's aura for hundreds of years. Today, he smiled more than he had in the past month. However, there was such a big grandfather inexplicably. Moreover, it was such a young big grandfather. She felt strange in her heart. He was even younger than her grandson. Even her great-grandson was not so young. However, since Zhongli had said it, then there was no doubt about Yi Shiwen's identity. Now that there was an elder above her head, she had to consider more. Soon, the news that there was an old ancestor in the family spread throughout the Zhang family's villa area. As a large clan with thousands of years of inheritance, because it was a warrior clan, it was common for people to marry and have children at the age of several hundred. Therefore, the reproduction rate was relatively slow. However, to this day, just the direct descendants of the Zhang clan that could live here numbered in the thousands. Originally, in the Zhang family, there was only one surviving old ancestor, Zhongli. Now, there was an old ancestor who was even more senior than Zhongli. Many people felt a little fresh, especially Zhang Li's children. Except for those who were in other places, the 3 children who were still in the capital had all rushed back overnight. They had another big grandfather. Such a big event, how could they not come back? However, when they saw Yi Shiwen's appearance, they had a feeling that you must be King kidding me. An old monster that was thousands of years old actually looked like a teenager. They really felt that you must be King kidding me. There was a kind of messy feeling in the wind. But this person did not come to the door by himself, but was brought back by Zhang Li himself. They could question Yi Shiwen, but could they also question Zhang Li? Zhang Guijie only knew a little about Zhang Li's eldest son. Every time Zhang Li formally worshipped the ancestors, he would bring him along. As the eldest son, he had naturally seen the memorial tablet of the big grandfather Deroy. This big grandfather who he had never met. Didn't he disappear thousands of years ago? Was it really as the old man said that he left home to practice when he was young and had just come back? Brother, don't tell me that's really big grandpa? Zhang Guixiong, the 3rd son of the Zhang family, carefully glanced at his eldest brother and said, outside he also held great power and had entered the ranks of high officials. However, at home, he still had to follow the lead of his eldest brother, Zhang Guijie. This was a rule set by the old master, Zhongli. As the eldest son of the first wife, under the situation where the old master did not manage most of the family affairs, he was still in charge of all the Zhang family matters, big or small. I haven't seen it either. How would I know? Zhang Guijie said gloomily. Where did this big grandpa come from? How would he know where he came from? Old master also said that he wants this big grandpa to treat him. At this time, Zhang Li's 4th daughter, Zhang Xueqing, said, as Zhang Li's eldest daughter, After having a few sons in succession, she was naturally doted on by everyone in the family, so she was more courageous from a young age. If there was someone in the Zhang family who wasn't afraid of Zhongli, it would be Zhang Xueqing. We don't have the right to question the old master's decision, Zhang Guoxiong said, but since the old master has verified it, then it shouldn't be wrong. In any case, Zhang Li's position in their hearts was naturally needless to say. His words carried enormous weight. However, the problem was that if he had only recognized a big grandpa, then it wouldn't be a big deal. Anyway, he came back alone, so it was impossible for him to seize power or anything. However, he wanted to treat the old master's illness. As Zhang Li's children, they were naturally very clear about the state of Zhang Li's body. The accumulated old injuries over the years had already made him exhausted, and no one knew how many years he could live for. As for the rise in price, Zhang Li was a stabilizing force. 1 more year of life was 1 more year of benefit, especially in the case that the next generation of the Zhang family had not yet fully grown up, so they couldn't do without this stabilizing force. Anything related to the physical safety of the old master would arouse their extreme concern. In the end, they didn't have much trust in this big grandpa of unknown origin. In the Zhang family, except for Zhang Li himself, who had confidence in Yi Shiwen, the others were skeptical. Whether this person was the legendary big grandpa or not, let alone whether he had the ability to treat the old master's illness. All kinds of national masters had tried, but there was no way to cure him. They could only slowly nurse him back to health and try to prolong his life as much as possible. However, the decision that Zhang Li had made was naturally not something that they, as children, could question. Although they were worried, there was no way to refute it. This was the decision made by the old master. Yi Shiwen was naturally very clear about what they were worried about, but he was too lazy to explain, because there was no need to wait until the results were out. He stayed in his brother's room until dinner time, and then came down with Xiaoxian. Although they had already heard about Yi Shiwen, but when they saw the young appearance of Yi Shiwen, it still made Zhang Li's children feel a little dazed. Yi Shiwen smiled slightly and didn't feel anything. In the end, the foundation of the earth was too shallow. If it was in another world, it would not be surprising. What are you looking at? Hurry up and salute. Zhang Li quickly said with a straight face, Big Grandpa. Big Grandpa. Greetings, Big Grandpa. Several people said one after another, not daring to make Zhang Li unhappy at this time. Sit down. Yi Shiwen took Xiao Xiuet and sat in the main seat. Everyone was silent, and soon the meal was finished. Everyone left the table and entered the living room. Yi Shiwen said, I can help you treat now. Zhang Li glanced at Yi Shiwen and said, Uncle, do you want to prepare a secret room? No need, it's the same anywhere. Yi Shiwen said. That's fine, Zhang Li said. The eyes of the others were fixed on Yi Shiwen, as if they wanted to see how Yi Shiwen would treat Zhang Li. Stretch out your hand. Yi Shiwen said. Zhang Li stretched out his hand, and Yi Shiwen put his hand on it. Suddenly, the seemingly ordinary Yi Shiwen's martial power suddenly soared to a terrifying level. Then, Zhang Li suddenly felt a strong martial power pouring into his body, accompanied by a faint phoenix cry. He suddenly felt that the original stubborn disease in his body, like ice meeting the scorching sun, instantly disintegrated. His body was unprecedentedly clear, and he felt that he hadn't felt so refreshed for many years. His current movements were more agile than the younger generation, and this was supported by his martial power, but his body had decayed to a certain extent. And it was precisely these old wounds that had caused his body to decay and become old. Now, these old wounds, under the treatment of Yi Shiwen's martial power, had disintegrated one after another, making him feel incomparably comfortable. His face was red. Zhang Guoxiong and the others next to him looked very anxious, because they didn't know whether Zhang Li was feeling good or bad just by looking at his face. After a long time, Yi Shiwen finally opened his eyes. At this time he was also slightly out of breath. In order to treat Zhang Li, he had consumed most of the great sage's martial power. After all, Zhang Li could be said to have an old disease. The meridians in his body had long been old. He must be careful at all times, and it also consumed a lot of mental power. After all, he was still not comparable to the deity. "Thank you, uncle." Zhang Li could feel that his body was relaxed, and there was no longer the feeling of walking in mud like before. And all this was brought by Yi Shiwen in front of him. He was extremely grateful. If there were some doubts at the beginning, then now he had no doubts at all. If he was not really his uncle, who would help him treat him for free. Zhang Guixiong and the others' faces were bright. Just now, they were still doubting whether this grandpa had the ability to treat their family's old man. They even thought of the idea of taking action in case of any changes. Now that they thought about it, they were really gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. However, when they looked at Zhang Li, who turned around, they were suddenly shocked. Zhang Li, who was originally very old, had returned to the appearance of a middle-aged man at this time. He looked younger and stronger than them. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they would not believe such a bizarre thing even if they were beaten to death. In their impression, people of this age were old and unbearable, which was a very normal thing in itself. This was also the reason why they were suspicious of Yi Shiwen. You are in the prime of your life. The reason why you age prematurely is because of the hidden injuries in your body. Now that the hidden injuries are healed, naturally you don't have to worry. You can also try to break through the great sage realm when you are in the best state now. The success rate should be very high, said Yi Shiwen. Thank you, uncle. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know that I actually have the opportunity to break through the great sage in this life. The joy on Zhang Li's face was naturally not fake. He thought that he did not have much time left, but he did not expect to return to the prime of his life. At least he could live for hundreds of years more. If he could enter the great sage, he could live for at least a few thousand years more. No one really wanted to die, and he was no exception. At this time, he really believed that Yi Shiwen might really be Gao Qingye's master at that time, although it was chaotic at that time and many things were not recorded. But it was also at that time when Yi Shiwen left home and disappeared. There was really this possibility. Of course, he never thought that Yi Shiwen accepted Gao Qingye as a disciple in the heaven realm. Chapter 2337. With the live effect of Zhang Li, the other Zhang family members were convinced by Yi Shiwen. There was no way for them not to be convinced. The power of this grandfather was far beyond their imagination. Next, at Zhang Li's request, Yi Shiwen treated the old wounds of other people in the Zhang family. Compared to Xiao Xian's injuries, these were much easier to deal with. There was nothing difficult to treat. Yi Shiwen's martial power was completely exhausted, and he was barely able to treat the old wounds of the Zhang family members. After being treated by Yi Shiwen's Phoenix regeneration technique, the benefits could be imagined. In addition to the complete cure of the old wounds, their bodies were also cleared by Yi Shiwen. It would be easier for them to cultivate in the future. Their future would be smooth. Compared to their predecessors, they would be able to go further. Although Yi Shiwen did not have the strength of the deity, the experience and consciousness of the deity were still there. Not everyone had the luck to have a deity personally treat and clear their bodies. They couldn't realize how lucky they were. Although they didn't know Yi Shiwen's true strength, it was enough to know that Yi Shiwen's strength had probably reached an unfathomable level. Even many people in the Zhang family had a breakthrough on the spot after Yi Shiwen eradicated their old wounds. Initially, their cultivation was only a little bit away from breaking through, but because of the old wounds, they couldn't go further. Now that they were cured by Yi Shiwen, they naturally had a meteoric rise. Among them, Yi Shiwen especially favored Zhang Li. He was already at the peak of the sage realm. Now he was only a step away from the great sage realm. He couldn't stay forever. The most important thing for the Zhang family to have their own great sage. It just so happened that he could teach Xiao Xian So in the next half a month, he constantly explained the path of the great sage. On Earth, the great sage was almost the peak of all realms. Many great sages didn't know much about cultivation. Many of them relied on luck to cultivate to the great sage realm. But it was completely different for Yi Shiwen. To him, who was already on immortal level, Great Saint was just a very ordinary stage in his cultivation. It was nothing at all. Many of the key points of the cultivation of the great sage realm were under his control. Almost all the situations that might be encountered in the cultivation were within his expectations. Under his tireless explanation, the people of the Zhang family who were qualified to listen had a detailed and terrifying understanding of the way of the great sage. Originally, this required a very profound foundation. Only the cultivation records and experience of generations of great sages could have such an astonishing and deep understanding. However, Yi Shiwen alone was equivalent to the experience left behind by thousands or even tens of thousands of experts in the history of the Zhang clan who had attained the great sage realm. Even the various problems that he might encounter during the breakthrough couldn't escape his control. There was no problem at all. At the same time, he was also explaining the sage realm and some of the paths below it. Under his guidance, the second generation of the Zhang family, Zhang Guoxiong and others, collectively broke into the sage realm, instantly improving the Zhang family's foundation by a level. But to really make the Zhang family a top family, the key still depended on whether Zhang Li could break into the great sage realm. As long as Zhang Li could break into the great sage, then the Zhang family didn't have to care about others anymore. In addition, the second generation of the Zhang family had entered the sage realm. With Yi Shiwen's explanation of the way of the great sage, breaking into the great sage realm was only a matter of time. Therefore, there was no need to worry about the future of the Zhang family. But the Zhang family now needed a pillar who could enter the great sage. This person must be Zhang Li, and only Zhang Li. It could be said that Zhang Jieshan had experienced a blowout during this period of time. Yi Shiwen had mainly explained the great sage's way. However, he had taken into account that many people's cultivation was still very shallow. Therefore, he had directly explained the martial arts cultivation from the Hotian realm to the great sage realm. He even touched on the transcendent realm. These included almost all the cultivation paths on Earth now. No matter what level the Zhang family members were at, they could get great insights. Many people's cultivation even had a few consecutive leaps, and their cultivation directly rose to an unimaginable level in one breath. Outsiders could only see that the Zhang family members, whether it was the older generation or the younger generation, were all in a blowout. Their cultivation could have huge progress every few days. As the Zhang family could be a top family, there would naturally be a lot of cultivation resources. The accumulation of thousands of years was quite considerable. However, in just half a month, the cultivation resources needed by these people for the blowout had consumed a small part of the Zhang family's accumulation of thousands of years. This rate of consumption could be said to be astonishing, but everyone in the Zhang family was willing to do so. Compared to resources, there was nothing more useful than directly exchanging them for strength. Of course, Yi Shiwen was still teaching Xiao Xian. He had said that he would leave Xiao Xian to take revenge, but he wasn't joking. In this half a month, under Yi Shiwen's guidance, Xiao Xian had directly soared to the peak of the Hotian realm. His cultivation speed was so fast that even Xiaoya was left in the dust. Of course, when Yi Shiwen was teaching Xiaoya, there was no comparison between Xiao Xian's current cultivation level. No matter what kind of obscure martial arts cultivation path was difficult to understand, it seemed to become a very easy thing under him. There was no difficulty at all. In addition, little Xian was also very smart, so he quickly and thoroughly grasped the knowledge taught by Yi Shiwen. The Zhang family did not lack cultivation resources, and neither did Yi Shiwen. In the space ring, there were a lot of heavenly treasures which were reserved for this time. Zhang Li's breakthrough was only a matter of time. However, just as the Zhang family was waiting for Zhang Li's breakthrough, the news inside the Zhang family leaked out. The news about Zhang Li's upcoming breakthrough also spread throughout the cultivation world in an instant. It was noisy. In an instant, everyone already knew that Zhang Li was about to break through. This moment was like poking a hornet's nest. The Zhang family could rise to the top of China's huge family. Naturally, it was impossible to have only friends and no enemies. On the contrary, Zhang Li and Zhang Xian, who had a tough style in the early years, had offended many people. Many of these people were now influential. Usually, they did not dare to do anything because they were hindered by the state machine. However, this did not mean that they were willing to let the Zhang family rise to a higher level. In the current Earth, whether there was a great sage guarding or not was a completely different concept. The Zhang family did not have any sense of security until now because there was no great sage guarding. Although they could control the state machine as a deterrent, some people had already gone crazy. They were not afraid of the power of the state machine. Facing these people, even the Zhang family, who had a good relationship with some great sages, had no way to deal with them. However, if there was a great sage who truly belonged to the Zhang family, then everything would be immediately different. No matter how good the relationship was, it was not as solid as having such a great sage. The Zhang family tried every means to add a great sage, and others were even more unwilling to let the Zhang family have such a great sage. The Zhang family had already made many people very afraid. Not to mention, if the Zhang family really had a great sage, wouldn't it be nurturing a tiger that would invite disaster? Even some of the ancient families that could influence the political situation of Huaxia, like the Zhang family, did not want the Zhang family to have another great sage. In that case, the Zhang family would be more competitive, which meant that they would definitely lose some of their own interests. Even if they had a good relationship, it was impossible to give in the face of interests. Not to mention that their relationship was not very good. Except for a few in-laws and vassal families of the Zhang family, perhaps no one would really want the Zhang family to rise to a higher level. Therefore, all the major forces were either overtly or covertly pressuring the Zhang family, warning them not to let Zhang Li go further. The Zhang family was very angry. This was undoubtedly a very important time for the Zhang family. It was tantamount to transforming into a phoenix. If they could succeed, the Zhang family could even have a chance to become the first family in China. If they failed, they could only continue to hang at the bottom of the top. To a large extent, they could be ranked at the top because of Zhang Li's outstanding military achievements and unimaginable deterrence. Without a great sage, they could not even speak with a straight back. They had experienced this truth very deeply over the years, so they naturally understood it. Therefore, they were particularly angry. Cutting off one source of wealth was like killing one's parents, not to mention such a big conflict. However, with so many forces jointly pressuring, it was conceivable how huge the pressure on the Zhang family was. It could even be said that it had reached the point where people could not breathe. The calm before the storm was like this. Even some forces that were hostile to the Zhang family also said that if the Zhang family dared to cross the boundary, then they would not rule out the possibility of using force to solve it. There were already enough people at the top of the food chain. They did not want another one to come and share a piece of the pie. Moreover, the Zhang family itself was at the top of the food chain. If Zhang Li really succeeded, then the Zhang family's right to speak would greatly increase. This was what many people did not want to see. For the Zhang family, who were in full swing of cultivation, hoping that Zhang Li could enter the great sage realm and finally let the Zhang family ascend to the supreme, it was equivalent to pouring a basin of cold water on them. Moreover, it was very cold water. It made them sober in an instant. Under the situation of being surrounded by a pack of wolves, there was no real foundation to stand on without a great sage realm master. If Zhang Li passed away, the Zhang family would immediately fall into an irrecoverable situation. This made their desire for the great sage in their hearts even stronger. Chapter 2338. Not allowing the Zhang family to have a great sage was the answer of the major forces to the Zhang family. If the Zhang family crossed the line, then they would probably face the crazy counterattack of the major forces. At this time, the Zhang family discovered that their previous thinking was too simple and too naive. They thought that cultivating to the great sage realm was only their family's matter. In fact, things were far more complicated than they thought. Excluding those clans and sects that had deep conflicts with the Zhang family, the ones who truly feared the Zhang family were the great clans that were also ranked at the top. The Zhang family was already glorious enough. If they took another step forward, wouldn't they be standing above them? That was something that they absolutely could not accept. As for the Zhang clan, that was enough. This was also the biggest obstacle that the Zhang family faced. If it was an ordinary family or an ordinary sect, a great sage would not be opposed collectively because they had never ascended to the top. Originally, if the Zhang family could announce it after Zhang Li stepped into the great sage, then everything would be settled. Even if they didn't want the Zhang family to go further, they wouldn't really offend a great sage. In their eyes, it was difficult to defeat a great sage, let alone kill one. Not everyone had Yi Shiwen's abnormal strength. Who would have thought that the matter would be leaked out before this? This was the root cause of the real problem. As the matter fermented, it would also become more and more serious. Now, the Zhang family's disciples were already being monitored by many people. Although the Zhang family was well aware of it, they had no way to refute it. They could only watch them being targeted. Even if they were angry, there was no way to solve the problem. However, they all realized that there was a traitor. Otherwise, how could the news of Zhang Li's promotion to great sage be leaked out? Even in the Zhang family, only some of the higher-ups received the news. Under the anger of the Zhang family, they immediately launched an interrogation and soon found this person. It turned out to be a granddaughter-in-law of Zhang Li. After accidentally getting the news, she spread the news. Under the anger of the Zhang family, it was conceivable what kind of punishment they would do. It didn't take long for the granddaughter-in-law to disappear without a trace. From now on, no one had seen her. "Uncle, what should we do?" At this moment, Zhang Li's mind was also in chaos. Although he could be said to be a veteran of hundreds of battles and had already experienced countless hardships, there was nothing that could easily shake his mind. It was just that he was too concerned about this matter. Not only was it related to his future development, but it was also related to the future development of the Zhang family. Whether they could go to a higher level depended on this step. Although he knew some great sages and was on good terms with some great sages, not many people were willing to offend all these great sages for him. A friend in need is a friend indeed. At this time, there were not many great sages who were willing to pay attention to the Zhang family. This made the Zhang family feel a huge pressure. There was even a feeling of the collapse of the sky. If the Zhang family collapsed, they would not be spared when their nest was overturned. Several other juniors of the Zhang family also looked at Yi Shiwen. At this time, the only person they could count on was Yi Shiwen. "You don't have to worry. I want to see how many people are really willing to use their lives to stop you from advancing to a great sage." Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes, and his eyes were full of murderous intention. The matter of Yi Shiwen's return was limited to Zhang Guijia's generation. Others only knew that an ancestor had returned, but they did not know that Zhang Li's breakthrough was related to Yi Shiwen. In the case of Zhang Li's imminent promotion, everyone's attention was attracted by Zhang Li, so no one noticed Yi Shiwen hiding behind the scenes. Otherwise, they would also consider the result carefully. The Zhang family has developed rapidly over the years. Although it has become the top family in China, it has also offended a lot of people. Usually, these people will not jump out, and we have no reason to do anything to them. But isn't it just right now? Let's see who will jump out at this time. Whoever jumps out, we will crush him to death," Yi Shiwen said with a sneer. He also served as the master of the Desolate-era human clan for a long time. He was not ignorant of these means, but he rarely used them. "Whoever jumps out, we will crush him to death." Zhang Li, Zhang Guijia, and others looked at Yi Shiwen differently. What is domineering? This is domineering. Even the Zhang family, which was known as a top family, rarely could really achieve this level of crushing whoever jumps out. After all, the Zhang family was not the only huge force. Basically, they had to compromise with each other on normal days. Yi Shiwen was different. He was used to solving problems with force, so his thinking path was completely different. The Zhang family naturally wanted to be so domineering. Whoever jumps out, we will crush them to death. But there was no such force at all. If it weren't for Zhang Li's influence and part of the power of controlling the national machine, there would still be a huge gap between the Zhang family's strength and other top forces. But even if they couldn't do it, it didn't mean that this grandpa who had just returned could not do it. In particular, Zhang Guijie and others had also heard about the amazing story of Yi Shiwen defeating several great sages in succession on Mount Pilgrimage. The Zhang family had also heard about this. When they first heard about it, they were almost scared to death. The invincible great sages had died, and several of them had died. Usually, the death of one would cause a shock, not to mention so many deaths and injuries. Who would have thought that the old guy who showed his power on Mount Pilgrimage was actually his own ancestor? At this time, thinking about it, there was nothing to be afraid of with the ancestor around. Uncle, it doesn't matter if I am promoted or not. If something happens to you, how can I explain to my deceased father? Zhang Li shook his head quickly and said, although he really wanted to be promoted to great sage, the degree of danger of this matter could be imagined. It was probably even more dangerous than that time on Mount Saint because there were more people who opposed it. Most of the forces were afraid that it would implicate them. No one wanted to add one more opponent. Yi Shiwen was the Zhang family's trump card. There must be no accident. It was fine even if he did not promote. After a few hundred years, the Zhang family's absolute foundation would improve. At that time, when he promoted, others would not have the ability to oppose it even if they wanted to. It was nothing more than the Zhang family tucking their tail between their legs for a period of time. He had confidence in Yi Shiwen, but there were probably too many great sages involved this time. He could not rest assured even if he was confident. Don't worry, they are just chickens and dogs. I don't care about them at all, Yi Shiwen said with a smile. His expression was incomparably confident. What a joke! As a dignified god, even if it was just a clone, if he couldn't even deal with these ordinary great sages, wouldn't it be a big shame? You can rest assured and promote. I will personally protect you when you cross the retribution. I want to see what kind of demons and monsters are going to jump out. They are really tired of living. Yi Shiwen said coldly. If there were really people who were ignorant, he did not mind killing them. With Yi Shiwen's words as the foundation, everyone in the Zhang family finally had the confidence. They replied to the outside world one by one that Zhang Li would never give up the opportunity to be promoted to great sage. If anyone intended to cause trouble, then let them come. The outside world was in an uproar. No one had expected that the Zhang family would still be so unyielding even at this point. Initially, they had thought that even if the Zhang family still had the intention of rising up, they would definitely not go against everyone openly under the pressure of the other major powers. That would be akin to slapping their faces. In particular, many veteran great sages felt that they had been slapped in the face. It was simply clamoring in their face. How could they let it go? In many people's opinion, they were somewhat afraid of the Zhang family because they were afraid of the state machine. However, Zhang Li himself was not in their eyes. He was at the peak of the sage realm and was not a great sage. What qualifications did he have to be compared with them? They suddenly felt that they were being looked down upon and slapped in the face. They were furious and immediately issued a statement. If the Zhang family really wanted to go against the trend and act like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, then they would not let it go so easily. What's more, this time, there were also several top clans among those who opposed Zhang Li's promotion. At least the state machine would not oppose them, which made them even more unscrupulous. They must teach the Zhang family a hard lesson and let them know what it meant to not cross the line. Some people also noticed that something was amiss. Given the Zhang family's strength, It was definitely impossible for them to challenge so many major powers at the same time. Unless they were tired of living and wanted to court death, it was impossible for them to oppose all of them at the same time. Could it be that the Zhang family still had a trump card that they had not shown? Logically, even if there was a great sage who was on good terms with the Zhang family, they would not confront so many major forces at the same time. The gains would not make up for the losses, unless they were crazy. Many people were still very puzzled. In some people's opinion, this was simply the Zhang family had gone crazy. Otherwise, they would not be so insolent. Yes, in their opinion, the Zhang family was already insolent. Amidst such suspicions, time passed day by day. The various major powers never stopped paying attention to the Zhang family. However, the Zhang family didn't seem to care about it at all. It was as if they could monitor them however they wanted. This made many people feel even more baffled. Suddenly, in the sky above the imperial capital in the evening, countless tribulation clouds suddenly condensed and directly shrouded the area where the Zhang family's ancestral residence was located. In an instant, countless divine thoughts swept over and directly shrouded the Zhang family, not letting go of any suspicious traces. A figure flew directly out of the ancestral residence and looked up at the heaven's retribution in midair. Who else could it be but Zhongli? The Zhang family is really bold. They actually ignored our warning. Chapter 2339. Zhang family is really bold. How dare they ignore our warning? There was a loud shout and the air exploded. In the surrounding space, there were already many powerhouses who had been eyeing covetously. Their attitude towards the Zhang family was surprisingly consistent. They must strangle the Zhang family's great sage in the cradle, at least not now. Zhang Li turned a deaf ear to these people because he believed that Yi Shiwen would take care of these people for him. Besides, he had already felt the terrifying pressure of heaven's retribution at this time. He had no time to be distracted because all of this was too horrifying. He had never felt such a terrifying heaven's retribution. Even the heaven's retribution of the sage realm that he had experienced before could not be compared to it. He could no longer imagine how terrifying the ascension retribution would be. The higher the level, the more terrifying the sudden changes in cultivation. However, the heaven's retribution that he had to face would also rise to an astonishing degree. Every step was like ascending to heaven. Every step was thrilling. This was the best adjective. But at this time, in any case, he had no way out. He must overcome the heaven's retribution of the great sage. Fortunately, he had prepared for this for hundreds of years. He originally planned to wait for a few more years to give it a try, even if he had to risk his life. Now that the old wounds on his body had been healed by Yi Shiwen, it could be said that he was in an unprecedented state. With Yi Shiwen's protection outside, it could be said that it was the best time to cross the retribution. You don't have to worry about them. Leave them to me. Cross the retribution seriously. Yi Shiwen's voice came from a distance. Zhang Li nodded and said, "Stubborn." Suddenly, a master directly made a move. He stretched out a big hand and directly grabbed Zhang Li, who was in midair. Clang! There was a loud sound, and an amazing sword light slashed out from the Zhang family's ancestral land. It instantly broke the big hand. Ah! A scream was heard. In the distant space, someone screamed and covered his shoulder. He couldn't believe that he was seriously injured by this sword light. Not only did it break his cheek-and-dense big hand, but more importantly, it penetrated through the layers of space and hurt his body. This was not an ability that ordinary people could have. It completely shocked him. Who is it? Sneak attack. Come out. Sneak attack? You cowardly rats. Come out if you have the guts. A cold snort came from the ancestral land of the Zhang family. Within the void, dozens of figures appeared. All of them were existences with tyrannical auras. At this moment, all of them had surrounded Lin Fan. A ray of light swept across the sky. At this moment, the people in the Zhang clan who were watching the battle finally saw clearly what the dozens of figures in the night sky were. There were dozens of figures in the sky. Most of them were knights riding nightmare beasts. These nightmare knights were the most powerful guardians of the Western world. They had been seriously injured thousands of years ago. However, they had now regained their vitality. These dozens of figures were all at the peak of the sage realm. They couldn't be compared to Zhongli. However, even a great sage expert would have to retreat if they were to gather together. These were the guardians of the Western Dark Church. The leader of this group was a powerful nightmare knight. He was expressionless, just like an ice-cold robot. His cultivation was much more tyrannical than these nightmare beasts. He had completely entered the great sage realm. Behind them, the other half was a group of priests. All of them were bishops of the sage realm. The leader was a man wearing a red priest robe. He was a red-robed archbishop. Zhongli, you have offended the Lord many times. You have prevented the Lord from spreading the gospel of the Lord in the East. However, the Lord will forgive you. He will let you repent to the Lord in heaven. The red-robed archbishop said slowly. His eyes were filled with incomparable sincerity and firmness. It's really a big move. However, this is an internal matter of our East. I'm afraid we don't need to trouble our friends from the West. Zhongli said. He didn't expect that a great saint knight and a cardinal would personally lead a team. Moreover, because of him, the Holy Church of Shadows and the Radiant Church, these two monstrous organizations that had been fighting against each other for countless years, joined forces. Of course, this had something to do with the fact that when he was in power, he tried his best to suppress outside religions from entering the country. During the years when he was in power, Christianity, the Eastern Orthodox Church, and other religions all suffered heavy losses. Hundreds of years of development were all wasted. Naturally, it was impossible for them not to hate him. However, in the imperial capital of Huaxia, such a huge force could enter. Obviously, it had been tacitly approved by some forces. He couldn't help but sneer. In order to suppress the Zhang family, they had really put in a lot of effort. Since they couldn't be the villain, they let others do it. With such a huge lineup, even if there was a great sage standing on the side of the Zhang family, he would probably be scared away. 2 terrible great sages, plus the Nightmare Knights and the Bishop Legion under their command. Even a great sage would only have a dead end if they encountered them. Humph, I heard that you suffered a catastrophe thousands of years ago. I didn't expect that you would still dare to intervene in the affairs of our East. It seems that you have really forgotten the pain after the scar has healed. A sneer came from the Zhang family's ancestral land. It seems that you have recovered a lot in the past thousands of years. That's good. If there are fewer people, I can't kill to my heart's content. A figure flew up, and many people who were secretly watching the battle were secretly surprised. How is it possible? How can it be this person? Who is this person? Why are you all so shocked? You don't even know this person. He is the guy who killed in the pilgrimage palace. He said that he was Gao Qingye's master. How can he appear in this place? Damn, what is his relationship with the Zhang family? The moment they saw Yi Shiwen appear, everyone felt that this problem was thorny. For those at the bottom, they didn't know much. Perhaps they didn't feel anything. However, the higher the level, the more they understood what kind of strength and combat power was needed to be able to kill a great sage. It was not something they could imagine at all. If it was only the Zhang family, even if they could really invite some great sages, they wouldn't care. Would 1 or 2 great sages dare to go against them? Even if they dared to, they would just destroy them. Although great sages were rare, it was not to the point where they couldn't be killed. But if it was this guy, it was different. If he really went crazy, how many people would die to fill the gap? Many people were a little dumbfounded. In the face of this guy who could kill a great sage, they didn't have any confidence in dealing with him. That was already beyond the limit that they could deal with. However, for the Nightmare Knights and the archbishops, Yi Shiwen's name was not that famous. Naturally, it was impossible to scare them. Heretics who don't respect the Lord shall go to hell. The hot-tempered nightmare knights were the first to be unable to bear it. The nightmare beasts they sat on also let out a terrifying roar, shaking the world. The burning flames destroyed everything. Go to hell? If there is really a hell, if there is really a heaven, I will kill from hell to heaven. Yi Shiwen sneered. He didn't care about the so-called Lord at all. It was just another person who pretended to be mysterious. He had seen the fallen angels, and he didn't think much of it, let alone the so-called servants of the Lord. He took a step and appeared directly in the middle of the nightmare knights in an instant. It immediately caused a commotion among the nightmare knights. They didn't expect Yi Shiwen's speed to be so fast. It was almost at the peak. Bang! Before they could react, Yi Shiwen's fist had already arrived. With an unimaginably terrifying might, his fist blasted out, shattering the vault of heaven on the spot. The nightmare beast and its knight were also directly killed on the spot by Yi Shiwen's fist. Their bodies were blasted into pieces and fell to the ground. They couldn't withstand a single blow. Yi Shiwen didn't even need any magical powers to face these nightmare knights who were only at the peak of the sage realm. He could easily suppress them by relying on his tyrannical strength alone. On the other side, the great holy knights' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Any nightmare knight at the peak of the sage realm was the elite of the elite. It was unknown how much resources had been spent to nurture these absolute elites. They were usually independent existences. If it wasn't for the fact that they had to deal with Zhang Li, they wouldn't have needed to deploy all of them. Of course, it was more to prevent the numerous powerhouses of China from suddenly attacking them. In the confrontation between the East and the West, the main confrontation was between the Vatican and China. However, they didn't expect Yi Shiwen to directly kill one of them with a punch. It was simply infuriating. Heretics, accept your judgment. The surrounding nightmare knights weren't frightened. On the contrary, their ferocity was stimulated. One after another, they roared and pounced towards Yi Shiwen. The nightmare beast they were riding on spat out hell's breath. It tore the sky apart and enveloped Yi Shiwen. The long spears in the nightmare knight's hands pierced through the sky in an attempt to pierce through Yi Shiwen. However, they saw a flash of golden light. Two big golden hands pierced through the nightmare beast's hell's breath and tore it apart. The long spears in their hands were sage tools with infinite power. However, they couldn't even pierce through the surface of Yi Shiwen's body. The golden light on Yi Shiwen's body stopped them on the spot. Yi Shiwen flew out like an arrow and slapped a powerful nightmare knight on the spot. The powerful nightmare knight was smashed into pieces by his slap. Blood splashed out and formed a bloody rain in the sky. The entire scene looked incomparably bloody. In particular, Yi Shiwen looked like an invincible god of war who had survived from ancient times. Chapter 2340. Another nightmare knight was blasted to death. Sage peak experts were like cabbages in front of everyone. Yi Shiwen had killed them just like that. This scene was really scary. The Western and Eastern sects were completely different. The Eastern sects absorbed the Lingqi of the world to strengthen themselves for cultivation. The Western sects were the complete opposite. They mostly relied on the power of faith to cultivate. They had special methods to absorb the power of faith. Therefore, even before the Great Catastrophe, when the Earth had entered the so-called degenerate age, they were still able to maintain their powerful fighting strength. Moreover, they quickly replaced the Eastern cultivation world after the degenerate age and became the leader of the Earth's cultivation world. After the Great Catastrophe, the Chinese cultivation world had quickly recovered. However, they had suffered a great loss. Therefore, they did not have any advantage over the Western cultivation world. However, compared to the Chinese cultivation world, which relied on absorbing the Lingqi to strengthen themselves, the Western cultivators' cultivation was much easier. They could quickly become stronger as long as they had an unlimited amount of power of faith. However, they were weaker than the Chinese cultivators of the same level. Sage Peak was Sage Peak after all. Even a great sage would have to give way when so many nightmare knights were charging at them. However, Yi Shiwen had killed them just like that. The tragic death of 2 Sage Peak experts was enough to make the Dark Church feel distressed for a while. The relationship between China and the West had not been very good for a long time. Many big shots were naturally happy to see the Chinese suffer losses. It would be the best if both sides could suffer losses. These nightmare riders had gone completely berserk. Another member had been killed by Yi Shiwen. They roared madly as they rushed towards Yi Shiwen. In the sky, the hell breath of the nightmare beasts was everywhere, corroding the vault of heaven, creating a huge hole. Yi Shiwen sneered. The angel's sword appeared in his hand. He directly swept out a sword light that soared into the sky and slashed down towards those nightmare knights. Those nightmare knights didn't have time to react. They became ghosts under Yi Shiwen's sword one after another. Puchi! 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 Every time, a formidable nightmare knight would die in his hands. Sage experts were like little chicks in his hands. He could kill a bunch of them if he wanted to. In the Zhang family's ancestral home, many members of the Zhang family were frightened and curious as they looked up. Whether it was the priest or the nightmare knight, they were all experts of the sage realm. They were far above the level of people they could only look up to. A sage expert wasn't a small figure anywhere. A great sage expert could only be used as a nuclear weapon to oversee a region. Only these sage experts could act as a hired thug and go on expeditions everywhere. Any one of them could be a formidable existence with an illustrious reputation. However, they had fallen from the sky like dumplings falling from the sky at this moment. They couldn't help but be shocked. Just by looking at the status of Zhang Guijie, Zhang Guoxiong, and the others in the Zhang family, one could imagine how glorious these nightmare knights were in the West. But now they were dead and nothing could be done. This ancestor of the Zhang family who suddenly appeared was really terrifying. He probably far surpassed ordinary great sages, especially Zhang Guijie and the others who had been listening to Yi Shiwen's lecture during this period of time. Many great sages might not be able to understand the way of great sage. Yi Shiwen explained the profound in simple terms. Even these sage realm experts could understand it. Perhaps this ancestor's cultivation realm was even more terrifying than this. They were not very clear about how deep his realm was. Damn, the ancestor is so valiant. If our Zhang family has such a powerful ancestor, doesn't mean that we can do whatever we want. Some juniors of the Zhang family said in shock. That level of battle was not something that they could participate in at the moment. They felt that they had benefited a lot just by watching. At Yi Shiwen's level, a seemingly ordinary attack contained the supreme great way. If one could comprehend it wholeheartedly, one would naturally gain a lot of benefits. Stop, you damn heretic! At this time, the red-robed archbishop could not help but be furious. Yi Shiwen was also slaughtering their Western forces. Although the luminous Vatican and the dark Vatican were fighting to the death, in general, they were all Western forces. Moreover, over the years, the rapid recovery of the vitality of the Huaxia cultivation world had also put great pressure on them. Although there were frictions on ordinary days, there were few life-and-death battles. If you don't stop, then don't blame us for punishing the Zhang family. He roared angrily when he saw that Yi Shiwen had no intention of listening at all. The bishops under his command began to cast spells one after another. The power of light continued to rush out of their hands, forming a group of extremely tyrannical power of light. Despicable. Many people in the Zhang family were paying attention to this battle. When they saw this scene, they were furious and cursed one after another. Yi Shiwen's eyes flashed, and a fierce murderous intention suddenly burst out in his eyes. He shouted loudly and angrily, "Because of your words, the luminous Vatican will be in great trouble." "Shut up, you bold heretic," The red-robed archbishop could no longer tolerate Yi Shiwen's arrogance. He actually dared to threaten the luminous Vatican. As a behemoth that spanned across the world, almost no force could compare with it. For many years, it had completely dominated the battle with the Dark Vatican. For a long time, it had even forced the Huaxia cultivation world into a disadvantage with its own strength. There were not many who dared to threaten the luminous Vatican, but this Yi Shiwen actually dared to threaten them. You've forgotten the pain after the scar has healed. It seems like you've forgotten about the previous disaster. Then, let me remind you, don't cross the line. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but sneer. His eyes burst with an astonishing light, and the angel's sword in his hand burst with an astonishing sword light. He swept his sword across the sky, forming an incomparably huge beam of light. In an instant, the light power of the archbishops that were bombarding the Zhang family was cut in half, just by relying on you chickens and dogs. Yi Shiwen's great sage peak power burst out, sweeping unabashedly. The sky and the earth were shaking, and the mountains were shaking. However, outside the Zhang family's ancestral home, there was a formation, so the battle inside could not affect the outside at all. Yi Shiwen could also be bold enough to attack. Swish! Light wings instantly appeared behind him, and his whole person formed an afterimage in the sky. He stepped out directly and instantly came among these priests. Puchi! He stabbed his sword into the body of a priest, and blood splashed out. This priest was still in disbelief before he died. It seemed that he did not expect Yi Shiwen's speed to be so fast. It was as fast as lightning, far beyond his expectations. The defense that he was proud of could not stop Yi Shiwen's sword at all, and was directly broken. The power of his holy words could not even defend. The difference in strength between the two sides was really too big. Just now it was the Nightmare Knight, and now it was the priests and bishops. They belonged to two completely different kinds of light and dark energy. But in front of Yi Shiwen it was nothing at all, and they could not stop his long sword at all. Puchi! 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 In his rage, Yi Shiwen went on a killing spree. How could these priests and bishops, who had weak defenses, stop him? Moreover, they didn't have an iron will. So, almost all of them were defeated by Yi Shiwen. In just a dozen breaths' time, more than half of them had been killed by him. It could be said that they had suffered heavy losses. The red-robed archbishop's eyes were wide open. He thought that this was a good thing, a lucrative job. If he could kill Zhang Li with his own hands, then there would naturally be countless benefits for his prestige. It was not impossible for him to run for the Pope in the future. Therefore, he brought the elites of his subordinates, who knew that they would lose so many at once. It would take hundreds of years to make up for it, and all this was caused by the demon in front of him. In his eyes, Yi Shiwen was a great demon, almost the most terrifying and evil great demon in the world. If not, he could not bring such a heavy loss to him. He hated Yi Shiwen incomparably, even more than he hated the Dark Church. His heart was bleeding. Every time one of them died, he felt as if a piece of flesh was gouged out of his heart. They were the foundation for him to ascend to the supreme position in the future. He really wanted to vomit blood, but Yi Shiwen did not attack him. Every time he tried to save them, he was always a step late. He could not keep up with Yi Shiwen's speed. He was suffocating to death. He understood that Yi Shiwen was using his own method to tease him. Yi Shiwen did not attack him. Yi Shiwen was like a cat playing with a mouse. Yi Shiwen would behead his most elite subordinates, one by one. Then he would die of heartache. The red-robed archbishop understood, but he could not keep up. This kind of depressed feeling made him want to die. Soon, his subordinates were beheaded by Yi Shiwen. Even the Nightmare Knights were beheaded by Yi Shiwen. And it had only been a few minutes since the start of the battle. The speed of the battle was too fast. It was over before many people could react. Looking at this scene, many people could not help but suck in a breath of cold air, especially those great sages who were ready to make a move. When they saw this scene, it was as if they were splashed with a basin of cold water. *CK, what kind of joke is this? Is this guy really human? He's simply a monster in human skin. Even if it was them, it was impossible to kill so many Sage Peak experts in such a short period of time. It was already very good that they did not get beaten and run away in embarrassment. This was really not a normal person. Many people's hearts were beating like drums. Were they really right to come this time? Chapter 2341. Many people's hearts were beating like drums. They originally came to kill the Zhang family. But if the Zhang family already had a terrifying great sage standing behind them, then the situation would be completely different. Many people had the thought of retreating. No one could afford to provoke this existence who dared to kill a great sage directly. If he was enraged, then everyone would suffer heavy losses. Almost immediately, they had the thought of retreating. How is it? Didn't you want to talk about God's punishment just now? Yi Shiwen sneered and stood with his hands clasped behind his back. There was no one on earth who understood the essence of the so-called gods better than him. In fact, he himself was a god, because he knew he did not care about these things at all. He was not afraid of God's punishment at all. Heretic, even the Lord will not forgive you for your sins. Your only future is to fall into hell. The red-robed archbishop was completely crazy. His eyes were bloodshot. He was only one step away from insanity. Seeing that his subordinates had been beheaded, he had no other way out. If he were to leave now, he would no longer be qualified to compete for the position of pope. However, if he were to kill this damned heretic demon now, he would still have a chance. So what if I fall into hell? As I said just now, if there is really heaven, if there is really hell, I will kill my way to heaven from hell. What can the so-called God do to me? Yi Shiwen did not care at all. He did not care about their so-called gods at all. You have lost your way. Even the most evil demon in hell, Satan, is not as evil as you. Even the Lord can't enlighten you. The red-robed archbishop gritted his teeth. In an instant, a terrifying aura swept out from his body. Originally, he was just an ordinary archbishop with an ordinary great sage cultivation. Now, his cultivation had soared to the peak of the great sage realm in one breath. He could no longer care so much. He burned his blood essence, stimulated the potential of his life, and went against Yi Shiwen. On the other side, the great paladin Incubus Knight had gone completely mad. Just like the cardinal, he had also brought out his most elite subordinates, but they had suffered heavy losses. His heart was bleeding, and he didn't know how long it would take for him to recover. The Western cultivators were known to be much easier to cultivate than the warriors of the East. However, it was only a little easier than the Eastern cultivators. After all, the resources needed to reach the sage realm were astronomical. He could almost faint on the spot. He was also gathering his aura. Both sides are going to go all out. This man, surnamed Yi, is very vicious. He has slaughtered dozens of Sage Peak experts. He is going to hurt the vitality of the West. I'm afraid that he will become a thorn in the eyes of all the forces of the West after tonight. He has offended both the Light Church and the Dark Church. So, I'm afraid that it will be very difficult to resolve this matter peacefully. Amicable? That depends on who is amicable. This old guy is not someone who will give up easily. Didn't you hear what he said just now? Even if the Light Church doesn't come looking for trouble with him, he will go looking for trouble with the Light Church. He's really lawless, but it makes sense. If he really is Gao Qingye's master, I'm afraid that apart from the old monsters in the old sects like Mount Shu and Kunlun, there are not many people in the current cultivation world who can be mentioned in the same breath as him. The cultivation world of Huaxia today was roughly divided into two parts: the ancient cultivation world that existed before the Great Cataclysm, and the new cultivation world that rose after the Great Cataclysm. The two sides were almost completely separated, and it was difficult for them to integrate with each other. The people of the ancient cultivation world believed that they had a long history and illustrious origins. How could they be compared with the nouveau riche like them? Almost all of the new cultivators had grown up after the great cataclysm. They had long disliked the behavior of the older generation. In addition, they had risen through bloody battles, so they did not believe in the so-called famous sects and schools. Unless they had overwhelming strength, it would be impossible to convince them. Yi Shiwen sneered, "I only believe in myself. I am God. Why do I need Yahweh to enlighten me?" Arrogant, you want to be on par with the Lord? The red-clothed archbishop was furious. The aura on his body surged even more violently. A terrifying power rushed out of his body. The red-clothed archbishop's boundless aura shrouded Yi Shiwen. However, Yi Shiwen did not care at all. This aura could not shake him at all. The main purpose of aura was to suppress the mind and take away the will of an ordinary man. However, Yi Shiwen's mind was already as tough as steel. How could this level of intimidation scare him? God said, "Let there be light," so there is light. The red-clothed archbishop's body surged with holy light. As he said this, all the power of holy light in his body swept out, instantly turning into countless golden lights that swept up. They almost instantly turned into laws, locking Yi Shiwen in place. It was like a chain of God's laws that tied Yi Shiwen up. Old ancestor, be careful. This is the great prophecy technique of the West. A sharp-eyed member of the Zhang family below recognized it and quickly shouted. Although he knew that his warning would be useless in a battle of this level, he could not help but remind Yi Shiwen. The great prophecy technique. No wonder, Yi Shiwen said, shaking his head. So it was the legendary great prophecy technique. No wonder. It was said that many experts in the Vatican knew this great prophecy technique. It was a very strange, magical power. He used the power of holy light to mobilize the laws of heaven and earth. It looked like he really had the Spirit of God. It was often used to deceive those ignorant women and children, but its power was also quite great when used in combat. This move was indeed very difficult to deal with for others. It was even very difficult to deal with. Even a great sage could only choose to resist this magical power that directly used the power of laws. Therefore, many people felt that the Holy Vatican was very difficult to deal with. It was because many of their magical powers directly involved the level of laws. They could not do it at first, but they could do it with the power of holy light given by the legendary God. However, this was only for others. For Yi Shiwen, it was not a problem at all. The power of laws that rolled over were like a cage that crushed him, but in fact they fell off from his side. It was like a chain of God's laws that fell off before it could bind his body. Those laws that were forcibly wrapped by the holy light could not lock Yi Shiwen at all. How is it possible? The great prophecy technique actually failed. The red-robed archbishop's face showed a look of shock. He could not believe that the great prophecy technique that had been tried and tested thousands of times actually failed. If Yi Shiwen only broke through by force, it would not be a big deal. At most, it would prove that his skill was not as good as the demon in front of him. However, it was completely ineffective. What was going on? He had never encountered such a situation before. In his knowledge, the great prophecy technique had never failed before. This was the power given by the God. How could it fail? The God was synonymous with omnipotence. It was the omnipresent Lord. Unlike the Eastern cultivators only believed in themselves. Therefore, the more powerful the cultivator, the more they did not believe in the existence of the so-called God. This was because all their strength came from their painstaking cultivation. It had nothing to do with the so-called God. However, the Western cultivators were different. The power they cultivated from a young age all came from the God's bestowal. Although many sources of power had cultivation systems, they could not explain the source. For example, the magical power of the great prophecy technique was not available in the Eastern cultivation system. It was far beyond the power that people at this level should have. Therefore, they would be even more certain that these were bestowal by the God. Therefore, the higher one's cultivation, the more they felt that the so-called God was unfathomable. Therefore, they would believe in the existence of the God even more. It was just that the God had not descended. In fact, their thoughts were not wrong. There were indeed gods in the world, but their Lord was not the only one. In fact, there was a God standing in front of him, but they could not recognize him. Therefore, when he encountered such a strange situation, his brain crashed. It was like a computer that had some logic conflict and could not process it all at once. How could the power of the God lose its effect? However, it was very simple for Yi Shiwen to achieve this. His understanding of the laws had already reached a shocking level. All the mysteries of these laws were under his control. Their strengths and weaknesses were also under his control. These magical secret techniques were very mysterious in the eyes of the Western cultivators. In front of him, there was no secret at all. He could see through them at a glance. Therefore, this strange secret technique might be useful against others. For him, it was simply too easy. It was not even as effective as ordinary attacks. God said, "You will be torn apart." He quickly used the great prophecy technique again. Accompanied by the surging holy light, the great prophecy technique was cast. Almost instantly, the power of the laws rushed towards Yi Shiwen. However, Yi Shiwen broke away in an instant. There was no time to control Yi Shiwen at all. Insignificant skill. You want to command me with the oracle of the false god? Yi Shiwen sneered. Shut up, heretic. You will go to hell. The red-robed archbishop roared. His worldview was about to collapse. The great prophecy technique could not do anything to the great demon in front of him. Was the omnipotent Lord really just a false god? He shuddered at the thought. Chapter 2342. Whether it was the cultivation of the East or the West, there was one thing that was the invincibility of faith. Only by believing in the invincibility of martial arts. It was just that the Eastern cultivators only believed in themselves. They believed that only they were the strongest and invincible. However, the West was different. They believed that God was invincible. The stronger the faith of the fanatic believers, the more powerful the divine power they possessed. But once the faith collapsed, it might lead to the collapse of the entire skill. This point was that if the Eastern martial artists doubted their faith, it would lead to the same situation. Ordinary people were cunning and changeable. They had no faith and principles. However, the more powerful the martial artist, the more firm his faith was. Perhaps there were people who were as vicious as them, but it was impossible for them to be a person without faith. Many great sages around took a breath of cold air. At their level, they naturally understood what kind of situation the cardinal was facing. Once his faith collapsed, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was normal for him to self-destruct on the spot. Such a ruthless heart! Everyone had this thought at once. However, this was also something that could only be done with the ability. This was contrary to their perception of the world. Their worldview had collapsed. It was as if ordinary people were panicking when they saw a ghost. But at the same time, they were also very curious how Yi Shiwen did it. He could easily break free from the great prophecy technique. No, it should be said that he did not even struggle. The great prophecy technique was ineffective on him. This was the most terrifying thing. If it were them, they would probably be terrified. However, Yi Shiwen did not continue to shake the cardinal's faith. He did not grasp this point and pester him, because he did not need it. With absolute strength, he could already crush any opponent. Damn it! How dare you question my lord? The cardinal was indeed a battle-hardened figure. He quickly stabilized his footing. He was not deceived by Yi Shiwen's words. On the contrary, the faith in his heart became firmer. However, it was useless to be firm. The legendary Lord could not help him at this time. In the face of Yi Shiwen's absolute strength, his strength was too weak. He could not even compete with Yi Shiwen at all. Boom! A gigantic fist blasted over causing the sky to instantly collapse as it headed straight for the Arch-Cardinal. "Time, stop!" The Arch-Cardinal roared as infinite, holy light surged out of his palm. Everything came to a standstill, as though time had really come to a standstill. However, Yi Shiwen did not seem to feel anything. His fist instantly passed through the Arch-Cardinal's time stillness and smashed into smithereens. The sky was directly blasted apart, and the multicolored light swept in all directions, rising majestically. Bang! Yi Shiwen's fist completely hit the chest of the Archbishop in red. On the spot, a great sage was badly mutilated by Yi Shiwen's punch. The divine power that was originally used to protect his body seemed to be vulnerable at this time. This divine power that was condensed from countless pure power of faith collapsed directly. In front of Yi Shiwen, it looked too naive and too fragile. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body flew out like a cannonball, dragging a bloody figure in the sky. Yi Shiwen was about to take advantage of the victory to pursue the attack. Suddenly, above the sky, a harsh piercing sound came on the spot. The terrifying spear aura formed a long dragon that pierced through everything. Everything seemed so fragile in front of the spear aura. Boom! At this time, it was the great Saint Knight who made a move. He could not watch the Archbishop in red dye in the hands of Yi Shiwen. Otherwise, he would really be fighting alone. He would never let this situation happen. He was also extremely ruthless. The timing he chose could be said to be very accurate. At this time, Yi Shiwen was exhausted and had yet to generate new strength. It could be said to be the weakest moment. This was the best time to launch an attack. This trick of yours may be useful for others, but for me, it is far from enough. Yi Shiwen looked up to the sky and shouted. When everyone thought that he had exhausted his strength, a powerful force instantly broke out from his body. For others, this was a weakness, but for Yi Shiwen it was nothing at all, because his Phoenix regeneration technique could restore him at any time and anywhere. Old strength and new strength did not mean anything to him at all. He waved his long sword and directly danced out a long rainbow, sweeping out. Dang! The spear and sword directly collided together. The terrifying force that broke out was like moving mountains and seas, turning into a frenzy of energy that swept out in all directions. Hiss! A blood-curdling scream rang out. Suddenly, everyone saw the nightmare beast that the great Saint Knight was sitting on spit out a mouthful of blood. Accompanied by the breath of hell, the front legs of the nightmare beast snapped, and the great Saint Knight was flung away. What a terrifying power! One person suppressed the great Saint Knight and his mount. This is definitely not a human, but a monster in human skin. Someone said with fear, he was simply scared to death by Yi Shiwen. If they did not see it with their own eyes, how could they believe such a ridiculous thing? One person and his mount could actually suppress the great Saint Knight and his nightmare beast, who was known for his strength. It was simply like a miracle. It was simply a scene that did not exist in myths and legends. Everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost. They were almost scared to death by Yi Shiwen. Although they had long thought that they had overestimated Yi Shiwen's strength, they still had this feeling when they saw it. They had underestimated Yi Shiwen too much. Perhaps they did not even estimate half of his true strength. What was the bottom line of his true strength? Did he have to invite the top existence in the world to suppress them? Many people's hearts were incomparably complicated, but more people had the intention to retreat. Such a powerful old monster was indeed not someone they could match. Previously, there were not many people who really paid attention to the holy mountain. But now, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he had achieved such an almost legendary achievement. How could Yi Shiwen not know the principle of beating a drowning dog? He was not willing to let this nightmare knight go. He jumped like an eagle pouncing on its prey, and his sword fell like a sharp bird's beak. Bang! Although the great Saint Knight was barely able to resist, he still could not resist Yi Shiwen's monster-like strength and speed. He was suddenly shaken and flew out. Puff! The great Saint Knight spurted a mouthful of blood and screamed. His whole body kept retreating. His face was pale. They had only exchanged 2 blows, and he was already seriously injured. If this continued, it would be terrible. As a result, an endless intention to retreat suddenly rose in his heart. Although killing Yi Shiwen was a great achievement, there was no need to sacrifice his own life. As a completely different species from the Knights of Light, they naturally would not betray their teammates. Moreover, it was not their teammate, but the Archbishop of the Holy Church who had been fighting against the Dark Church all year round. Because of this, there was no need for him to die tragically in the hands of Yi Shiwen for the sake of the Archbishop in red. Thinking of this, he quickly retreated. He did not even care about his old friend for many years, the Nightmare Beast. He could only quickly retreat, turning into a group of black light and quickly escape. Yi Shiwen sneered and said, "You want to leave? You're thinking too simply. Do you think this is a place where you can come and go as you please?" Clang! A sharp sound came. An amazing sword light formed in Yi Shiwen's hand, and it was getting stronger and stronger under the input of his chi. Burial sword technique. This amazing sword light turned into a shocking sword river, penetrating the void and directly penetrating the chest of the Nightmare Knight. It exploded on the spot and turned into a rain of blood. A powerful great Saint Knight, level Nightmare Knight, died tragically. It was incomparably heroic. The death of this powerful great Saint Knight also completely shocked the great sages who were ready to make a move. Most of them had only heard of the Holy Mountain, but they had never seen it with their own eyes. How could it be compared to seeing it with their own eyes? That feeling couldn't be compared at all. At this moment, on the other side, the Archbishop in red did not care about the Nightmare Knight and was about to escape. Otherwise, he might really be wiped out. How could Yi Shiwen let him go? He immediately took a step forward and chased after the Archbishop on the spot. His foot fell like lightning, tearing the curtain of the night. The Archbishop in red was torn apart on the spot by Yi Shiwen, and blood splashed out. The Archbishop in red died tragically, and his soul was extinguished. There was silence in the night sky. It was as if everyone could hear the rapid breathing of the crowd. The sound of heaven's retribution could be heard in the distance. It continued to fall, beating Jean Li into an incomparably embarrassing state. Fortunately, it was just an ordinary heaven's retribution. Jean Li was well prepared, and he had also recovered to his peak state. So, although he was embarrassed, it was more daunting than dangerous, and there was no danger to his life. But at this time, he was not the focus of everyone's eyes. The cyan figure floating in the air was the absolute focus of everyone's eyes. It was as if that person was not a human, but a super big monster. A single person had completely annihilated the elites of both the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows. This kind of power was something that they couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Many people had already quietly retreated at this time. Under Yi Shiwen's gaze, no one dared to stay. It was different from when he came with great fanfare. When he left quietly, hoping that no one would know that he came. Chapter 2343. Under Yi Shiwen's strength, these great sages who gathered around retreated one after another. If they joined forces, there might be a possibility of defeating Yi Shiwen, but no one was stupid. No one wanted to help others. They had cultivated to the level of great sage. It could be said that they had enjoyed everything in the mortal world. In the future, they might even ascend to the heaven realm. No one wanted to die here because of this. Unless they were forced into a dead end, they would not completely fall out with Yi Shiwen. Obviously, although Yi Shiwen warned them with his eyes, he did not mean to kill them all. However, they all knew very well that Yi Shiwen was not a soft-hearted person. He killed 2 great sages without hesitation. How could such a person be a soft-hearted person? This time, they would be able to escape from this disaster. However, they would not be able to escape the punishment. Perhaps they would have to give up massive benefits to the Zhang family in order to appease the anger of Yi Shiwen and the Zhang family. This was something that they certainly did not think of before coming here. Unexpectedly, after coming here, everything changed. There was such a powerful figure on the top. If Zhang Li could survive the heaven's retribution, then there would be two extremely powerful great sages behind the Zhang family. No one could stop the Zhang family from going further. Even the next generation of the Zhang family could aspire to be the supreme. It was already a certainty. How could they not bleed a little when they offended the Zhang family to death? There was no other way to make political concessions. In the face of the strong Yi Shiwen, they could only choose to retreat. One wrong step led to many wrong steps. It was right to want to suppress the Zhang family, but the mistake was that they did not know how much strength the Zhang family had. Acting rashly had caused such consequences. Watching the surrounding great sages disperse one after another, Yi Shiwen's expression remained unchanged. He landed, and the Zhang family's descendants surrounded him. Unlike before, now Yi Shiwen had shown his super strength and protected the Zhang family. Even the proud and arrogant Zhang family's descendants had accepted this ancestor, who suddenly appeared from the bottom of their hearts. Many people were discussing, excitedly, after today, how many benefits would the Zhang family get? If the Zhang family could get great benefits, the benefits they would get would also be innumerable. They and the Zhang family had long been bound together. They were bound together for good or bad. Their relationship could no longer be separated by effort. Even Zhang Guixiong, Zhang Guijie, and the others were completely excited. Originally, it was certain that no one in their generation would be able to become a sovereign, and the next sovereign had already been decided internally. Because of this sudden incident, they now had the highest possibility of winning. Moreover, if there were no accidents, it would be one of them. For the Zhang family, the benefits were indescribable. It was the same for them. All of this was brought about by this old ancestor. As for the possibility of violent retaliation from the West, it was not within their consideration. After all, having such a ferocious old ancestor was an unprecedented experience for them. His back, which could not be straightened in the past, was now straightened. At this time, everyone's eyes were looking at Zhang Li, praying that he could succeed. If he could succeed, the Zhang family would have another great sage, and no one would be able to stop them anymore. In the end, Zhang Li still succeeded. With Yi Shiwen's protection, it was hard for him not to succeed. However, he still succeeded without borrowing Yi Shiwen's power. This was also the best ending. No matter how much power he borrowed from others, it was not pure enough. With Zhang Li's success, the matter of the major forces joining forces to besiege the Zhang family finally ended with the Zhang family's complete victory. Everyone could imagine that after this incident, the Zhang family would be difficult to stop. It would be unstoppable. The family that was already ranked at the top would now go further. It would become a behemoth that was truly enough to affect the world's major events. That incident quickly caused a huge uproar in the world of cultivators, especially when the old monster who went on a killing spree on Saint Mountain actually appeared in the Zhang family. According to the Zhang family, that old monster was the great ancestor of the Zhang family, a hardcore member of the Zhang family. This made many people's hopes go up in smoke. Since he was the great ancestor of the Zhang family, it was only natural for him to help the Zhang family. There was no possibility of falling out in the future. Including Mount Saint, Yi Shiwen had beheaded 4 great sages and defeated old sage Qingji. After learning that Yi Shiwen had killed 2 Western great sage masters, old sage Qingji personally admitted that he was inferior to Yi Shiwen. With this famous senior's words, it added an unimaginable mythical color to Yi Shiwen's matter. No one knew how tyrannical Yi Shiwen's strength was. Even if he was besieged by a group of great sages, he could still kill in and out without fear. After the Zhang family had such an old ancestor, it would not be a problem for them to soar in the future. The great sage-level masters were almost like the nuclear weapons of the old era. They were invincible. What people paid more attention to was how the West would deal with this news. The West did not disappoint them and quickly made a statement. It was said that the Pope was furious after learning the news. He claimed that he would definitely teach the Zhang family a lesson and let them know what a big mistake they had made. One must know that compared to the old era, the influence of the theocracy was getting greater and greater after the Vatican continued to show its power. It attracted more and more people's faith. It had an unimaginable influence in the entire Western society. On the other hand, the Dark Vatican was very quiet. It was unknown what kind of considerations they had, but they did not make a sound. Even if they had lost a group of Sage Realm Nightmare Knights and a Great Sage Knight, they still looked like they had to endure and swallow the humiliation. It made people feel as if their jaws were about to drop. The collision between the East and the West was about to happen. Yi Shiwen, who had set off all this, leisurely returned to the great Fuzhou base city. The reason was very simple. School had started. If outsiders were to know about it, it would be hard to imagine that the guy who had just set off a boundless storm was going back to school. Originally, he had chosen to be a student in order to conceal his identity and find the whereabouts of the Zhang family. But now it was the complete opposite. He had found the relatives of the Zhang family. However, he found that the knot in his heart had not been resolved. The obsession in his heart was still there. He thought that perhaps if he had experienced the life of a normal person, he would not have such obsession in his heart. Therefore, although Zhang Li and the others did not understand, he still chose this path. However, what he didn't expect was that the Wang family, who he thought had solved the problem, would give him a huge surprise on the first day of school. He had just returned to Xiaoyuan base city when the Wang family directly mobilized an army to enter the campus and take him away. Yi Shiwen naturally would not sit still and suffer losses. He ruthlessly cleaned up the Wang family's army. He was already high-profile enough, so he did not care about being high-profile anymore. In a hurry, the Wang family also suffered a big loss. They didn't expect that Yi Shiwen would dare to compete with the state apparatus. He dared to challenge the state apparatus. Without any preparation, they were taught a lesson by Yi Shiwen on the spot. How could the Wang family leave the matter at that? They had suffered a loss from Yi Shiwen before. This time, they wanted to get back at him. However, they didn't expect that they would suffer a big loss again because they were caught off guard. However, before they could react, the thunderous fury of the Zhang family had already erupted. Soon, the Wang family was uprooted by the forces from the upper echelons. Although the Wang family's patriarch was also very influential in Huaxia, he was not a match for the Zhang family at all. Now, all the major forces were avoiding the Zhang family. Who would dare to meddle in the Zhang family's affairs? In the face of the thunderous attack from the Zhang family, the Wang family did not have the ability to fight back. Even Zhang Li, who had not come out for a long time, personally came out. Naturally, the Wang family was unable to escape. Everyone was very surprised, although the Wang family was considered to be powerful. But in any case, it was not enough to make Zhang Li, who was now in the limelight, personally come out. Moreover, he came with great anger. Under the offensive of the Zhang family, the Wang family was instantly uprooted. In one night, like snow melting, there was not a trace left. Even if this would give people the impression of being overbearing. But Zhang Li did not care. The Zhang family needed to establish their prestige. It was even more impossible to let their ancestor be humiliated outside. No one knew that the reason for the Zhang family's eruption of such anger was because of this seemingly inconspicuous high school student. Originally, everyone in the 8th high school thought that Yi Shiwen would be taken away by the Wang family. Who would have thought that in an instant everything changed, making them feel as if the sea had turned into mulberry fields? The powerful Wang family was also uprooted in one night. Of course, for them, it was in the category of a fight between immortals. It was not something they could understand. All they could know and understand was how good Yi Shiwen's luck was to allow him to escape. In the 8th high school campus, Yi Shiwen was hugging a book and sitting under a tree. He seemed to be pondering over something. Suddenly, a series of footsteps came in front of him through the grass. He did not need to open his eyes to know who it was. Other than Xiao Yuqin and Dawn, who else could it be? Xiao Yuqin and Dawn had guaranteed that they could suppress the Wang family, but in the end, the Wang family still targeted him. Xiao Yuqin already had an embarrassed look on her face at this time, especially because she didn't fulfill the promise she had made to Yi Shiwen. If it weren't for Yi Shiwen's good luck this time, and the sudden collapse of the Wang family, she wouldn't know how to face Yi Shiwen. However, she naturally did not know that it was not as simple as Yi Shiwen's good luck. Chapter 2344. It was even to the point that the destruction of the Wang family was deeply related to him. It was definitely not as simple as good luck. However, Yi Shiwen could not be bothered to explain. They did not know either. Yi Shiwen did not have the intention to blame them. They might be able to make some decisions in ordinary matters. But since the Wang family was planning on dealing him a lightning-fast blow, no one could stop them. The corners of Yi Shiwen's mouth curled into a faint smile. The two of them had mustered their courage to apologize, but when they saw Yi Shiwen's faint smile, they immediately turned timid. They were already feeling guilty to begin with, and now it was even more so. If it were any ordinary situation, they would not have done so. However, Yi Shiwen was already extremely powerful in their eyes. Unknowingly, their mentality had undergone a subtle change. "You're still smiling." Dawn could not help but rebuke. The two of them were on tenterhooks, but the fellow in front of them did not seem to mind at all. Instantly, they smiled sweetly. "It's fine. You don't have to worry about it," Yi Shiwen said with a smile. However, the more he said that, the more uncomfortable Dawn felt. "If you really feel sorry, then treat me to a meal," Yi Shiwen said with a smile. "All right, you said it. Don't be angry," Dawn said with a smile. It was as though everything was different from how it was in the beginning. School life was very peaceful. Every day, they proceeded along a similar trajectory. It made Yi Shiwen have the thought of hiding in a tiny building and becoming one, not caring about spring, summer, autumn, or winter. However, the cultivation world was still constantly fermenting because of him. Now, ignoring the conflict between humans and fey beasts, just the conflict between the East and the West was rife. The grudges that had lasted for thousands of years could no longer be explained in a few words. This time, the two behemoths of the West had suffered heavy losses in the imperial capital. How could they let it go? Over the past few days, the Western Vatican had been discussing how they would teach the Zhang family a harsh lesson, to the point of launching another holy war. It could be said that there was no end to it. More than 1,000 years ago, they had been ruthlessly slapped in the face. Now they wanted to get it back. Soon, Yi Shiwen also received the news that the Holy Church was looking for manpower from all over the place in order to prepare for the Eastern expedition. The power of the Holy Church was not concentrated in the hands of the bishop and the pope, but also in the hands of the big clans that had been passed down for thousands of years and held power and wealth that ordinary people could not imagine. At the same time, more than half of the power in the West was concentrated in the hands of these families. In order to organize a powerful expedition to the East, the cooperation of these families was indispensable. After getting this news, Yi Shiwen couldn't help but sneer. They are really tired of living. It's just the right time to settle old scores. After receiving this news, Yi Shiwen intended to strike first to gain the upper hand, and conveniently settle the old scores from before. Back then, he had said that the Western Church would face a great calamity, and now it was time to give them retribution. He had stretched his hand a little too far. Thinking of this, Yi Shiwen no longer hesitated and walked out of the school. "Yi Shiwen, where are you going?" Dawn's voice came from behind him. Over the past few days, her relationship with Yi Shiwen had improved by leaps and bounds because of the previous matter. Instead, they were no longer as distant as they were in the beginning. In front of Yi Shiwen, Dawn also converged all her arrogance, as though she was an ordinary girl. This made many people who were familiar with Dawn feel incredulous. Although Dawn did not have an icy cold personality, and she usually loved to laugh and play, she maintained a certain distance from boys. It prevented them from approaching her, as though it was a form of hidden rejection. Yet, she was very close to Yi Shiwen. It made many of Dawn's admirers so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. It would have been fine if it were anyone else, but Yi Shiwen had previously demonstrated his prowess. Even a teacher was no match for him, and he was one of the best in social sciences. He did not seem to have any flaws. After he demonstrated his prowess the last time, his popularity in school increased greatly. Many girls were secretly in love with Yi Shiwen. Other than Yi Shiwen's family background being slightly inferior, he could be said to be at the level of Prince Charming in every other aspect. The two of them often walked together, so they were known as the Golden Couple. Other than their admirers, others thought highly of them. However, their relationship was something only the two of them knew best. Yi Shiwen could not be bothered to explain further. As for Dawn, for some unknown reason, she did not appear to explain. It caused the misunderstanding to deepen. "Let's go home. I have something to do," Yi Shiwen said. It was different from 1,000 years ago. Schools now were more open. As long as one maxed out their credits, the other requirements were not high. It was also not necessary for students to stay in school. "Oh," Dawn said, "I just happen to have 2 more movie tickets. Transformers 526. I wanted to ask if you have the time?" Dawn bit her lower lip as she looked at Yi Shiwen with a blushing face. Her pair of bright eyes looked at Yi Shiwen, and although she was a little shy, she was not bashful. Does this blockhead need me to make it so clear before he understands? Yi Shiwen sighed slightly in his heart. He was not a novice when it came to love, so how could he not understand Dawn's thoughts? However, he was a little hesitant. "Of course I have time. Wait for me to come back." Yi Shiwen made his decision almost instantly. "Then it's settled." After receiving an affirmative answer, Dawn immediately revealed a bright and beautiful smile. A glance back and a smile was enough to charm 100 men, and that was it. Of course, Yi Shiwen did not return home. After leaving the school, he took out a portion of his cultivation power from his ring and transformed into a great sage. He spread out his wings of light and instantly flew out. He flew towards the west, and his target was the Vatican City in the west. Even though his skills were not at their peak, the speed of the wings of light allowed him to reach the sky above the Vatican in no time at all. Immediately, he felt a powerful holy light, and the power of faith surge towards him. It was just like the thick power of the mortal world above the heavenly tribulation. It was also a terrifying power formed from countless powers of faith. However, compared to the power of the mortal world, the power of faith was a completely different kind of power. There were many people who believed in religion and God in the West, and the Vatican City was the center and headquarters of the Vatican. All the power of faith would eventually be gathered here. After a few thousand years, the power of faith here had reached an unimaginable level. During the cataclysm 1,000 years ago, the Vatican City was one of the few cities that was completely preserved. It was because it was the headquarters of the Vatican and had the protection of countless experts from the Vatican. Yi Shiwen could feel a strong repulsive force almost as soon as he entered. This repulsive force couldn't be felt by ordinary people. However, the more powerful a cultivator was, the more they could feel the repulsive force of this power of faith towards a heretic like Yi Shiwen. If it was a heretic with evil intentions, he or she would be severely injured by the power of faith in an instant. This was the fundamental reason why the Vatican had been as stable as Mount Tai for thousands of years. Unless all the sheep of God who provided the power of faith died, the power of faith would be endless, and it would be impossible to break through. This was also the fundamental reason why the Vatican had always been fearless. Yi Shiwen sneered, and the angel's sword appeared in his hand. Almost in an instant, the fallen angel's aura on the angel's sword swept out wildly, as if it had encountered some kind of chemical reaction. it instantly erupted. The Vatican City seemed to have encountered some fierce provocation. It went completely crazy. In the sky above the entire city, countless holy light formed by the power of faith swept out in an instant, forming a long rainbow that blasted towards Yi Xuan. The angel's sword in Yi Xuan's hand did not show the slightest weakness. On the surface of the angel's sword, a stream of fallen gray energy rushed out, forming a sword light, and instantly collided with these rushing rainbow lights. Rumble! A series of shocking collisions formed a series of violent explosions, instantly exploding in the sky. Many of the people in the Vatican City below were dumbfounded, and they panicked. Although the Vatican City was the city of the Church, there were many people who came here every year and many tourists. They were just ordinary people. Although they had some martial arts, in the end, they had never seen such a shocking scene, especially since this was the famous Holy City. What kind of demons and ghosts dared to be presumptuous here? Even if the Dark Pope came in person, he would die here. Many people immediately looked up and saw such a shocking scene. In the sky, there was a vague image of a 12-winged angel appearing in the void. It was the image of the legendary angel. However, it was different from ordinary angels in that the wings behind its back were not snow white, but dark gray. Its hair was also dark gray, and its entire body was dark gray. Those who could come to the Vatican were either clergymen or people who had at least some understanding of myths. Naturally, they were very clear about what an angel with dark gray wings meant. It was the legendary fallen angels who had betrayed the gods. Many people felt as if they were going crazy. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Although many people had the strongest faith in the gods and had seen many miracles, they had never seen a real angel. Not to mention, the legendary fallen angels were even rarer than angels. Could it be that the myths and legends were going to return to the world again? Otherwise, why would there be a fallen angel attacking the sky above the Vatican City? Oh my God, did I see it wrong? I must have seen it wrong. Otherwise, how could I see a fallen angel? A loud shout came from the void. How dare you? Chapter 2345. Legend had it that Lucifer, the most beautiful and powerful angel in heaven, had led 1/3 of the angels to rebel against the Holy Sun. In the end, all the rebels were shot down to hell. This was the origin of the fallen angel, but at the same time the fallen angel was also a taboo of the Holy Church. Only the Dark Church worshipped the fallen angels. Could it be that the people of the Dark Church had killed their way here? Many people were shocked. The activities of the Dark Church had become more and more public in recent years. Could it be that the Dark Church had launched a large-scale attack? Many people were shocked and afraid. If there really was a war between the two forces, then it would be a disaster for ordinary people like them. They had also heard of the Dark Church's ferocious reputation. How could they not be afraid when they saw the fallen angel? Although many people were still afraid, they were also curious. The fallen angel, who had only appeared in legends, had actually appeared in the Holy City of the Vatican. This was big news. Many people even turned on their mobile phones to broadcast it live. However, they soon found that the signal seemed to be jammed. They couldn't record anything, let alone broadcast it. In such a collision, all electronic signals were instantly turned into nothingness. Bold fallen angel, how dare you appear in the Holy City? There was a loud shout. In the sky, more than a dozen figures slowly appeared. All of them were cardinals in red. This represented the top power of the light curia. The last time they went to Huaxia, there was only one cardinal in charge. Now, there were more than 10 cardinals here. One could imagine how powerful the Holy City, the Vatican, was. The foundation was revealed. Compared to the Vatican, the power of 10 Zhang families could not be compared. Compared to the Vatican, the Zhang family's foundation was really far behind. The Vatican was extremely prosperous, while the Zhang family had just entered the fast lane. The cardinals' faces were very ugly when they saw the huge fallen angel. In this day and age, There was actually someone who dared to directly attack the headquarters of the Holy Church, the Vatican. However, they were at least certain that the other party was definitely not a fallen angel. What a joke! Although their faith was firm, they had become cardinals all these years and had never seen a so-called angel, let alone a so-called fallen angel. What a joke! Upon seeing their appearance, the fallen angel's shadow in the sky revealed a sinister smile. Taking a step forward, the energy that belonged to Ember grew even more ferocious as it rippled outwards. The sky suddenly exploded. It turned out that the fallen angel had come back to life. A powerful force shook the void, and a fist suddenly blasted down. A huge fist, intent, suddenly swept over in an instant. This fist blasted out a legendary hell in a flash. It was a supreme fist technique. It belonged to the formidable martial arts of the fallen angel race. The tool spirit of the angel's sword had been awakened at this moment. It had become even more malevolent. Boom! An unparalleled will of the fist blasted out, piercing through the heavens and the earth, charging directly at the Vatican. This was the power that belonged to the ashes of death. The decisiveness of abandoning everything was completely displayed at this moment. Rumble! A violent explosion was heard as the fist intent blasted in the sky above the Vatican. Then an innumerable amount of the power of faith exploded in an instant. This formidable fist intent blocked the almost materialized hell outside. One could feel the sky trembling from afar. The ground and the surroundings had suddenly disintegrated. It seemed as if it couldn't bear the pressure of that terrifying power. Crushed stones were flying everywhere in the sky under the influence of that mysterious power. It seemed as if doomsday had arrived. The scene was even more shocking when one looked from afar. The bright and golden Vatican was like a legendary heaven. Hymns were faintly being chanted, and countless angels were fluttering in the sky. It wasn't that they were seeing things. Instead, these angels were the thoughts of countless people. After countless years, they had transformed into angels. They were usually hidden everywhere in the Vatican. But now, all of them had manifested in a flash. They were chanting loudly, praising everything beautiful. It was really no different from the legendary heaven. It was holy and vast, and above heaven, that hell came crashing down. There was endless evil and devil chi rising into the sky. Waves of wailing demons came from within, telling everyone that this was an endless hell. Everyone could see the powerful, evil power from here. Countless powerful dark beasts roared. Their figures were faintly discernible, and it was extremely terrifying. The collision of heaven and hell was endless. Heaven and hell had manifested on earth. Such a scene was extremely shocking. Many timid and sincere people had already knelt on the ground and prayed, begging for the Lord's forgiveness, even though they didn't know what they needed to forgive. Boom! Another loud roar was heard. Everyone only saw that the seemingly endless hell in the sky suddenly shattered. Countless howling demons were completely shattered in an instant, completely turning into ashes along with the hell. Heaven has won. Sure enough, evil can't defeat justice. The Lord is indeed invincible. I am sinful. I actually doubted whether the Lord could win just now. I really deserve to die. Evil fallen angel, go back to your hell to suffer. The devil chi in the sky was instantly turned into nothingness by the holy light. Damned fallen angel, die. Suddenly a loud roar was heard. Everyone only saw that the dozen powerful red-robed archbishops joined forces and blasted a huge beam of holy light. The beam pierced through the sky and instantly blasted towards the fallen angel in the sky. Boom! Everywhere it passed, it shattered and turned into chaos. However, this huge beam of light blasted through the sky, and the powerful fallen angel disappeared without a trace. What's going on? Where is that evil fallen angel? What's going on? How did he disappear all of a sudden? That damn fallen angel must be dead. How dare he appear in the holy city of the Vatican? Many people were puzzled, but they began to curse one after another. It was as if cursing the fallen angel would allow them to obtain the Lord's approval and ascend to heaven. However, those red-robed archbishops were not so easily fooled. They simply did not believe that the so-called fallen angel had appeared. What a joke! They had never even seen an angel before, let alone a fallen angel. There must be some force behind the scenes controlling the fallen angel. The disappearance of the devil Chi just now was too abnormal. When all the devil Chi was washed away by the holy light, the blue sky was clear. Suddenly, they finally found a figure standing in front of them. It was a young man dressed in cyan robes, standing in midair. All of a sudden, they became vigilant. They believed that even if the legendary fallen angel really existed, they would be able to blast it down and wipe out all evil existences. However, this Eastern young man was still able to stand tall in the sky under this kind of power. Naturally, they knew very well what this meant. "Who are you?" one of the red-robed archbishops asked. Yi Shiwen sneered and said, "Didn't you plan to go on an expedition to the east to find trouble with me? Now, you don't need to go on an expedition to the east. I'm here. You are the Zhang family's Zhang Rui." At this time, one of the red-robed archbishops suddenly remembered. Wasn't this the legendary great demon that they wanted to go on an expedition to the east? Fortunately, the Holy See was powerful. Although not many people in the Zhang family knew that Yi Shiwen was Zhang Rui, after all, it was something that happened a long time ago, but they still found ways to find out. However, even if they knew this, it would be useless. They would never know Yi Shiwen's real experience. "You demon, how dare you appear in the Vatican?" A powerful red-robed archbishop went completely crazy. It was this demon and Satan in front of him that caused their powerful clergy to be annihilated in the mysterious imperial capital. Demon? Compared to what you have done, I am already considered merciful. You should be thankful that I did not go looking for trouble with you. How dare you try to contact people to go on an expedition to the east? Yi Shiwen couldn't help but sneer. These people only knew how to accuse others for their own mistakes. They would never look at their own mistakes. If they had not stretched their hands too far, there would not have been a disaster that day. Since you want to find trouble with me, then don't blame me. Yi Shiwen's eyes were filled with killing intent. He was never a person who would sit still and wait for death. Since the other party intended to find trouble with him, then he would not be polite. That day I said that because of the stupid and despicable behavior of your red-robed archbishops, the Holy See will be in great trouble. Today, I will give you retribution. If not for this, you would not know what restraint is." Yi Shiwen said coldly. His tone was incomparably cold, as if he was the god of death who had killed his way out of hell. Boom! His body erupted with the powerful strength that belonged to the top great sage. The terrible aura infected the sky dome into a bright golden color, shining brightly. It was completely different from the color of the sacred city here. It was a unique divine brilliance that belonged only to him. Clang! The long sword instantly clanged, and an amazing sword light burst out with endless demon energy. It pierced through the sky and directly fell towards the holy city of the Vatican. "Stop!" the red-robed archbishops roared. Chapter 2346. These red-clothed archbishops quickly joined forces to attack and jointly set up a powerful barrier. It would be terrible if Yi Shiwen's attack succeeded in front of everyone's eyes. Boom! There was a huge explosion, and the sword light directly bombarded the barrier, erupting in astonishing frenzy. More than a dozen great sages joined forces to defend. Such a lineup was indeed amazing enough, but in the face of Yi Shiwen, it was obviously not enough. The enchantment barrier that they had jointly arranged was easily broken by Yi Shiwen's sword attack. Fortunately, Yi Shiwen's sword light also broke through the enchantment barrier, but it didn't have enough strength. So it dissipated in the air. The cold sky, the dim sunlight, and in the sky, countless demon auras were surging. It was more obvious under the contrast of the holy light. Kill! A powerful red-clothed archbishop rushed in front of Yishuin. He was even more tyrannical than the red-clothed archbishop who went to the imperial capital that day. He stepped on the power of faith and flew up in an instant. He angrily attacked Yishuin, and the world changed drastically. He rushed over with a huge killing intent. Such an attack was extremely violent. His face was frighteningly cold. After he knew Yishuin's identity, he knew that the person in front of him was not an ignorant ant who dared to provoke the Vatican, but a truly powerful madman. He could not be easily dealt with, so he used his full strength and blasted towards Yishuin in an instant. Boom! He also blasted out a punch. The fist intent was distorted, like a huge mountain, and blasted towards Yishuin. How could Yishuin give him such an opportunity? He spread out his hands and slapped down. This slap shattered everything. His palm collapsed the void. It was very terrifying. It directly smashed the fist intent on the spot, and then fell on the body of the red-clothed archbishop. Half of the red-clothed archbishop's body was about to be smashed by Yishuin. Half of his skull was broken, and half of his body was cracked. Blood splashed out, and it was a tragic sight. Ah! The red-clothed archbishop screamed and retreated again and again. He had almost died under Yishuin's slap. He finally understood why the light and darkness churches had joined forces, but ended up dying in the imperial capital. This guy was a monster in human skin. He was too terrifying. His face revealed a hideous and terrifying expression. If he hadn't attracted the power of faith to block the attack at the last moment, perhaps he would have been killed by Yishuin in an instant. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be much of a difference in their strength. Their cultivation realms were similar, so how could there be such a startling difference in their combat prowess? This was the most tragic thing for a formidable practitioner. However, it was much better to survive than to die tragically in Yishuin's hands. Yishuin's eyes were incomparably deep, as if a flame was flickering in them. The other red-robed archbishops were also shocked. It could be said that they valued Yishuin very much. It could even be said that in order to deal with Yishuin, they had even colluded with many people. If they were not afraid of Yishuin, why would they need to collude with so many forces? Just the forces of the Holy Church alone were enough to crush 10 Zhang families. But they still didn't expect him to be so strong. He is a demon that crawled out of hell, the most evil demon. Some red-robed archbishops pointed at Yishuin and roared, "Send this damned demon to God to repent." They clamored and attacked Yishuin. One could imagine how terrifying the power of more than a dozen tyrannical great sages was. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. There was a boiling scene. The golden holy light illuminated the sky and completely collapsed everything. However, how could Yishuin be afraid? He directly rushed over on the spot and rushed into the midst of these red-robed archbishops. Boom! There was another burst of rumbling sounds. The powerful shock wave had already caused the sky to tremble. The enchantment over the Vatican was also collapsing layer by layer. "Heretic, this is not a place where you can behave atrociously," roared a red-robed archbishop. Countless believers below were watching this scene. When they saw that the terrifying heretic could actually contend with so many red-robed archbishops with his own strength, they were already shocked. The red-robed archbishop's status in the Holy Church was second only to the Pope. It could be said that they were the greatest source of confidence in the Holy Church. But in the end, they could not do anything to a mere young heretic. What kind of terrifying situation was this? The red-robed archbishops used all their means to besiege Yishuin. More than a dozen people made the sky and the earth collapse. Ghosts wailed and wolves howled. The stars lost their brilliance, and the entire galaxy was dim. Yishuin was neither slow nor anxious. Any kind of attack could be said to be at his fingertips. There was no difficulty at all. He repeatedly blocked the attacks of more than a dozen red-robed archbishops. Everyone was dumbfounded and had looks of disbelief on their faces. He took a step forward and swept out a path. He tore apart the holy light with incomparable ferocity. Then he rushed in front of a red-robed archbishop and grabbed with his claw. The holy claw of judgment judged all the unfairness in the world. The claw directly pierced through the red-robed archbishop on the spot. The red-robed archbishop's sea of consciousness was reflecting light. He constantly screamed in pain and wanted to struggle, but he could not break free from Yi Shiwen's grasp. "I can't accept this. I can't accept this. I haven't become the Pope yet. How can I die here?" He constantly struggled, but unfortunately, the outcome was already decided from the beginning. There was no way to change it. His life flowed away faster, and his entire body exploded in an instant, turning into a rain of blood. In front of Yi Shiwen, he was just too weak. The other red-robed archbishops became even more frenzied when they saw this scene. Although they might have all kinds of dirty thoughts, usually at this moment they were all surrounding the Holy Land in their hearts. They became even crazier and calmer, and the killing intent in their hearts intensified. They were able to climb step by step from ordinary cultivators to the position of archbishops. Their minds had long been very firm. However, they were completely helpless against Yi Shiwen. This made them very angry, but also very powerless. At the same time, they also realized that the guy in front of them was probably not a simple character. If they did not go all out, they might not be his opponent at all. Summon the holy weapon. They joined hands, roared, and summoned. Suddenly, the space between heaven and earth shattered. A long spear swept over from the sky. A terrifying power surged out of the long spear and pierced towards Yi Shiwen. "Die, heretic! Accept the judgment of the spear of Longinus." This long spear was the holy weapon that had stabbed God to death in myths and legends. Even the legendary god had been stabbed to death. Whoever had this long spear would be invincible and unstoppable. All along, many people had actually regarded the spear of Longinus as a nonsense legend. No one knew whether God existed or not, let alone that long spear. But now, the Vatican had used the bare facts to tell everyone that the legendary long spear existed. The spear of Longinus was rusty, just like a long spear made of scrap iron. If it was not for the powerful power on it, perhaps no one could imagine that this was the legendary holy weapon of the Vatican. Moreover, this spear of Longinus was too powerful. It was not something that ordinary people could control. Even the red-robed archbishops had to join forces to summon this holy weapon. Clang! At the critical moment, Yi Shiwen raised his hand and blocked the sudden attack of this holy spear. At a glance, he saw that the quality of this holy spear was not inferior to the angel's sword. Although it was not a divine tool, he was afraid that it also had a great origin. The legendary Lord of Vatican, if he really existed, was probably a very powerful person. But at this time, Yi Shiwen did not have the mood to pay attention to this. After swinging away the holy spear, he instantly launched a counterattack and took a big stride forward. Buried sword technique. The sword light crossed the vast sky and soared into the sky, piercing through the vault of heaven. The longer it fought, the bigger it became. It was like a small mountain, and then it blasted down and blasted on the spear of Longinus. Bang! With an earth-shattering collision, the sword of angels and the spear of Longinus collided fiercely. The terrifying waves that were set off directly blew away the mountains in the distance. No one knew how many layers of the enchantment of the Vatican City below had been broken. It was simply a great weapon of the world. Thump, thump, thump. Yi Shiwen took a few steps back. Although most of the energy of the Sword of Angels was not supplied by him, the recoil force still smashed on his body. It made him take a few steps back, and his chest felt stuffy. This was the first time, and he looked slightly embarrassed. But compared to him, the red-clothed archbishops were even more miserable. They spat out a mouthful of blood and were sent flying. Only a dozen of them could barely operate the spear of Longinus. It could be said that it was already very difficult. Without Yi Shiwen's means, they were instantly injured by Yi Shiwen. At this time in the sky, the light of the spear of Longinus gradually dimmed. It had not been used for a long time, and there was no time to awaken the weapon spirit. In an instant, there was a shocking collision with the sword of angels of the same quality, and its light instantly dimmed. And just as the red-clothed archbishops were about to look up after being blasted away, they suddenly saw a scene that made them tremble in fear. After that damned heretic stabilized his body, he directly took a big stride forward, and then grabbed the spear of Longinus with one hand. A bad feeling suddenly emerged in their hearts. If he really succeeded, what would happen in the future? It was simply crazy, but they could not stop it. They could only watch helplessly as Yi Shiwen grabbed the spear of Longinus. Chapter 2347. There was no doubt that although the spear of Longinus was not the most powerful sacred tool in the Vatican, it had the most powerful attack power. It could be said to be the sharpest spear in the Vatican, capable of piercing through all enemies. Just as Yi Shiwen's hand was about to touch the spear of Longinus, the spear of Longinus instantly burst into bursts of intense light. Countless laws turned into runes and burst out, rushing towards Yi Shiwen in an attempt to kill him completely. A powerful force erupted from Yi Shiwen's body, and the demon beckoning banner suddenly flew out from his body. In an instant, before anyone could react, the spear of Longinus was suppressed. In the face of the terrifying power of the sacred tool, even the spear of Longinus could not withstand it at all. It was instantly suppressed, and all the attacks turned into nothingness. Then Yi Shiwen successfully grabbed the spear of Longinus in his hand and continuously operated the Celestial Emperor weapon refining technique. It was indeed worthy of being the weapon refining technique of the weapon emperor. It contained endless mysteries, and it allowed him to pacify the spear of Longinus in an instant. Although the spear of Longinus contained a powerful will, as long as it was a magic tool, it would not be able to escape. At this moment, the red-clothed archbishops were also taken aback. They were completely dumbfounded, as if they had seen the most incredible thing in the world. This was the sacred tool of the Vatican for thousands of years. There had never been such a situation where it was actually subdued by an outsider. Although Yi Shiwen had only pacified the spear of Longinus and had yet to refine it, it was already shocking enough for them. It was simply subverting their usual understanding. The sacred tool that was left to the Vatican by God before he left the world was actually subdued by someone one day. At this moment, they really felt like vomiting blood. After pacifying the spear of Longinus, Yi Shiwen kept it in his ring. Although it was not the Tianyuan mirror, it was more than enough for him now. Let me see what other tricks you have up your sleeves. Yi Shiwen sneered, but he did not make a move. Instead, he looked into the Vatican City. Heretic, it's not too late for you to retreat now. A figure flew out from the Vatican. It was an old man who looked to be in his 70s or 80s. He was dressed in the royal robe of the Pope and looked to be shining with golden light. He had the majesty of an emperor in the world, perhaps even more so. His majesty was even above these red-clothed archbishops. The identity of this person was also obvious. Yi Shiwen almost immediately recognized that this old man should be the current supreme ruler of the Vatican City, the Pope of the Papal State. Without a doubt, compared to the cardinals, the Pope was the true ruler. Even the many powerful forces in the West were more or less connected to the Vatican and were bound by it. Even if the Pope was the Pope, he would still be the Vatican City. You all, the Pope would be the Pope who was in that, who was. Of Yi Shiwen sneered and said, he was the one who was truly unscrupulous in selling things here. On the contrary, the people of Vatican needed to be cautious. Yi Shiwen glanced at the Pope. Compared to the red-clothed archbishops, the Pope was indeed much stronger. Whether it was his aura or strength, he had probably reached the peak, far beyond the level of ordinary great sage. Stubborn fool. Although I don't know when someone like you appeared in the Eastern Land, this is not a place where you Eastern Land practitioners can be presumptuous. The Pope said lightly. So, you think that the Eastern Land is a place where you can be presumptuous? You personally sent people to stop my nephew from crossing the heavenly tribulation. In order to stop me, you even used the most despicable means, using the Zhang family to threaten me. I said at that time that the Holy See would be in great trouble. Do you think that I was just joking? Yi Shiwen was not in a hurry. He just looked at the Pope and said with a smile, I think you are too deeply into the devil to be saved. If that is the case, then don't blame me for being impolite. The Pope said coldly. His cloudy eyes looked at Yi Shiwen as if he was looking at a dead man. God said, let there be light, so there is light. With a loud shout, heaven and earth changed color. An invisible force between heaven and earth instantly suppressed Yi Shiwen. The Great Prophecy Technique. It was the Great Prophecy Technique again. This was not the first time Yi Shiwen encountered the Great Prophecy Technique. Naturally, he was not unfamiliar with it. However, compared to the red-clothed archbishops, the Pope's Great Prophecy Technique was obviously more powerful and purer. The two could even be said to be on a different level. However, as long as it was the Great Prophecy Technique, it would not work on Yi Shiwen. It disappeared without a trace in an instant. The Great Prophecy Technique has no effect on me. Yi Shiwen slowly moved forward. The Pope was not surprised. He just frowned. He had already received the news of that battle. According to the legend, Yi Shiwen did not care about the Great Prophecy Technique. It seemed that the Great Prophecy Technique, which had always been successful, was ineffective on him. However, he was already prepared for it. He just wanted to give it a try unwillingly. This guy seemed to have some way to block the Great Prophecy Technique. After all, the Great Prophecy Technique used the laws of heaven and earth to attack. In the end, it was not an energy that the Pope could control. Therefore, he had no way to deal with it. His expression turned solemn. He was very clear that the heretic in front of him was the most terrifying opponent he had encountered ever since he started cultivating. Even the Dark Pope couldn't be compared to him. At the very least, he didn't give him such a terrifying pressure. This was a very difficult to describe feeling. It made him feel as if he was facing a ferocious dragon crossing the river. He flipped his hands, and a scripture appeared. He suddenly opened it. Instantly, an unimaginable energy erupted from the scripture. It soared into the sky, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. In an instant, it formed an invincible secret technique and suppressed Yi Shiwen. This kind of terrifying energy penetrated the heaven and earth. It actually resonated with the power of faith in the Vatican City. Its power was enhanced, and it erupted with even more terrifying power. In an instant, the boundless starry sky shattered and the world rumbled. This was an incomparably powerful sage tool. It was as if a real sage had been resurrected. The Vatican had been able to stand firmly in the West for thousands of years. So, how could they not have the slightest foundation? This was completely reflected this time. Heretic, die! This is the power of the Holy Bible. No one can resist the power of the Holy Bible. The Pope roared. The speed at which he flipped the pages of the scripture continued to increase. The imposing aura that belonged to a top powerhouse erupted. It seemed as if it would surpass the realm of the great sage realm. Many believers knelt down in worship. This turned out to be the legendary Holy Bible. It was needless to say that the status of the Holy Bible in the Vatican was almost equivalent to the incarnation of the Lord in the world. Many people knelt down in worship at this time. Even the Holy Bible had been taken out at this time. One could well imagine that the battle had entered a white-hot stage. I can break all laws with a single sword. Yi Shiwen roared and slashed out with his sword. The sword light covered everything and slashed everything in its path. It fiercely collided with the rays of light that had erupted from the sage realm. Rumble! A series of successive explosions caused a terrifying black hole to appear in the sky. Looking from afar, it looked like a giant beast had opened its mouth and was devouring the endless sky. The Pope staggered back again and again. There were traces of blood on his body. Under the sword, even a top powerhouse like him felt an indescribable, terrifying pressure. He was about to be crushed in an instant. He was a little shocked. The power that Yi Shiwen had erupted was more tyrannical than he had imagined. He was not killed by the sword because he was under the protection of the Holy Bible. However, the Holy Bible could not increase his power to that extent. He was invincible against ordinary great sages, but Yi Shiwen was not worse than him. Cough, cough! He coughed out a mouthful of blood. He finally couldn't hold it in any more. You have been injured for a long time, but you still forced yourself to come out. It seems that your death is really near. There was not the slightest sympathy on Yi Shiwen's face. He had long seen that the Pope was not normal. It seemed that he had left a sequela after a forced breakthrough. However, perhaps no one knew about it. So, even if Yi Shiwen was fighting fiercely outside, the Pope did not come out. It was not until just now, when he had no other choice, that he reluctantly chose to fight in person. However, the Pope did not have the slightest sympathy. Kindness to the enemy was cruelty to oneself. He had already known this truth for hundreds of years. Since the Vatican had chosen to be his enemy, then there was no other choice. It's enough to kill you. The Pope's expression was gloomy. Countless God rule chains erupted from his body. There was a burst of crackling figures. Billions of lights flashed like light dragons, collapsing and reappearing. Boom! The Pope flipped his fist, and all the power converged into a line, pressing towards Yi Shiwen. Although he failed to forcefully break through to the transcendent realm, his strength was still there. He was like a cluster of golden flames, rushing towards Yi Shiwen. How could Yi Shiwen let him get close? He had also sublimated his own power to the extreme. He didn't need to do anything at all. He just had to quietly wait for the Pope to collapse. Boom! It was another shocking collision. Yi Shiwen directly displayed the supreme 6 paths of reincarnation fist. The Pope could draw on the power of faith of the entire Vatican City, and Yi Shiwen's human Tao fist could draw on the power of the world. It was also inexhaustible. At this time, the battle between the two had entered a white-hot stage. However, only the two of them knew that they were not fighting alone. They were fighting with the will of thousands of creatures. Chapter 2348. This was the collision of two terrifying wills, even beyond the two of them. The power absorbed was also getting stronger and stronger, but Yi Shiwen still had the upper hand. The Pope could only borrow the power of faith, but Yi Shiwen could borrow the will of the entire human race. This was a fundamental difference, and Yi Shiwen could borrow the will of the entire human race. This was a fundamental difference, and the power that Yi Shiwen could borrow was stronger. Two unimaginable wills and power were instilled, raging in their bodies. Compared to Yi Shiwen's fist intent to guide the world's will, the Pope completely used his body to carry the power of faith to fight. He was already injured, and now he had to forcibly support this burst of power. It could be said to be very difficult. At first, he was still able to fight evenly with Yi Shiwen, but as time passed, he slowly fell into a disadvantage. Soon, even many believers below could see that blood was dripping from time to time. It was as if a heavy drop of blood was falling from the sky. Even the defensive enchantment was pierced through. One could well imagine how tyrannical the strength of the Pope was. However, even after borrowing the power of faith, he still couldn't suppress Yi Shiwen. How terrifying was this? Of course, the Pope was injured, but the fundamental reason was that Yi Shiwen's strength had reached a very terrifying level, even able to compete with the Pope. Boom! 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 From time to time, there was a thunderous sound in the sky there was constantly a powerful force splashing, and a huge black hole was created by them. From a distance, it looked like a huge black hole, like a beehive. Looking at it would make people shudder. Boom! Thump, thump, thump. After a fierce collision, the Pope continued to retreat, coughing up blood, looking at Yi Shiwen with a gloomy look in his eyes. After a fierce fight, although it seemed to only be a short time, but the collision between the two had already experienced thousands of times, and every heavy blow would aggravate his injury, making him look more stooped. Yi Shiwen was invincible, expressionless, like a powerful god of war, not showing the slightest mercy. What to do? Is the Pope going to lose to that heathen? Many believers were completely dumbfounded at this time, completely unable to believe that the invincible Pope, the supreme ruler in their hearts, was actually being defeated under Yi Shiwen's offensive. Suddenly, everyone was in an uproar. In the sky, Yi Shiwen's offensive was getting tighter and tighter. It seemed as if he wanted to force him to death. Pooh! The Pope spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes suddenly sharpened, and an indescribable divine power surged from his body. A powerful force erupted from his body. The majesty of the Lord is inviolable and cannot be tarnished. The Pope's expression was incomparably solemn. What was even more miraculous was that his originally stooped figure slowly straightened up. The Emperor's robe on his body looked even more majestic. Behind his back, a pair of wings actually sprouted. He was actually turning into an angel, going through the process of becoming an angel. What's going on? The Pope is turning into an angel. The Lord must have felt the Supreme Pontiff's prayer and granted him the power to become the Lord's most loyal guardian. That's great. His Holiness, the Supreme Pontiff, is going to become an angel. That way, this heretic won't be able to continue acting arrogantly. All the believers were excited to see the angel evolving in midair with their own eyes. For them, it was simply a great blessing. It made their faith in the Lord even more profound. There was only a little bit of wavering just now, but it was all restored in an instant. However, Yi Shiwen just looked at the Pope turning into an angel without the slightest intention of stopping him. He said faintly, "You are trying to forcibly transform into an angel. After failing, you will be left with serious injuries." In front of him, the Pope, who had slowly turned into an angel, also had a flash of shock in his eyes at this time. Only the highest level within the Vatican knew about this matter. Even the real situation was only known by the Pope himself. Yi Shiwen only took a glance, and he had already completely seen through it. This person had terrifying eyesight. However, the Pope didn't know that Yi Shiwen had opened the eyes of redemption. In front of the power of redemption, any kind of concealment was meaningless. Everything was within his line of sight. Stupid! Our human race itself is already the most perfect Tao body. Every race is transforming into a Tao body. But you want to become a birdman, you have already embarked on the wrong path. No wonder you failed. Yi Shiwen said without any trace of politeness in his voice. "You don't be too arrogant," said the Pope coldly. His vitality was overflowing, and the energy in his body was surging. Even mortals could see it with the naked eye. This was no longer as simple as burning his life, but a last-ditch effort. "Even if I have to go to heaven to see the Lord, I will suppress you, a heretic," said the Pope slowly. "Leaving you in this world is the greatest blasphemy to the Lord." "Suppress me? Many people have said so, but no one has done it," said Yi Shiwen. "I will tell you that it is useless to become a birdman. The Vatican is destined to face a great disaster." "Heretic, die!" the Pope shouted loudly. His voice hadn't even finished yet, and his entire body had already arrived in front of Yi Shiwen. His speed had already reached the pinnacle with the help of that pair of wings. In fact, his speed had increased by leaps and bounds compared to a moment ago. He blasted a punch, and an inexhaustible power of faith erupted from his fist. It seemed as if he was going to blast out of heaven. It was incomparably terrifying and powerful. Compared with just now, it was like a different person. This was the real trump card of the Pope. Although the angel transformation did not successfully turn him into an angel, even if it was only a temporary angel transformation, it could greatly improve his strength. Dang! His fist was blocked by a palm. It was useless. Although the Pope's speed was very fast, Yishuan's speed was not slow at all. The terrifying collision set off a burst of sparks, and a frenzy of energy swept out in an instant. Yishuan's speed was not slow at all. His counterattack followed like a shadow, arriving in an instant. In an instant, he already had a long sword in his hand and instantly slashed down. At this time, countless demonic energy splashed out from Yishuan's body, penetrating the vast sky like a real fallen angel. A pair of wings also faintly appeared behind him, and his speed instantly increased by several levels. Looking from a distance, it seemed like a collision between a fallen angel and an angel in the sky. Although these two were humans and not real angels, at this time, in the hearts of countless believers, it was as if the mythological era had come again. The angel and the fallen angel that only appeared in the mythological era had appeared in front of them. Then, there was no doubt about the existence of the Lord. It was just that they were not sincere enough. Insignificant tricks. You're still far from being able to show off in front of me. The sword aura turned into a long dragon, and it swept down fiercely like a waterfall, bursting out with a loud collision sound. Right above the Pope's head, the Holy Bible was displayed at once. Countless holy lights burst out like a waterfall, falling in front of him. It actually blocked Yishuan's angel sword. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact it was just a matter of an instant. Before everyone could react, the two sides had already fought again. After the angel transformation, the Pope himself could be said to be at the peak strength. If he went up another level, he could even compete with some of the weaker, transcendent realm masters. Suppressing ordinary great sage was as easy as flipping his hand. However, Yishuan was not an ordinary great sage. Even if he was at the great sage peak, he could rely on his amazing martial arts, comprehension, and cultivation to burst out power far beyond this realm. Therefore, the Pope had tried his best, but he still couldn't do anything to Yishuan. Two terrifying martial instruments fiercely fought in the sky. Whether it was the demonic energy that burst out of the angel soared like a mountain and river pouring down, or the holy light that burst out of the Holy Bible, it made the sun in the sky lose its color. The demonic energy and the holy light occupied half of the sky, respectively, covering everything. For a time, only gold and gray could be seen devouring each other in the sky, like two huge waves colliding in the sky. It was extremely terrifying. Many people would not be able to see such a collision in their lives. Not only the martial instruments, but also the strength of the two were also competing and accumulating. Bang! However, a huge explosion was heard, and then the gold and gray mixed together, forming a chaos. It looked like a mess. The balance that was just achieved was completely disrupted in an instant. Everyone was nervous. Even if their strength had not reached that level, they could see that the outcome had been decided. What they cared about was the outcome of this battle. If the Pope won and suppressed the heretic, it would naturally be a happy ending for everyone. It would be the best result. But if the heretic won, when everyone thought of this answer, they couldn't help but shudder. They didn't dare to imagine how terrifying it would be if that was the case. Their beliefs were about to collapse. Crash! A figure fell directly from the center of the explosion. It was a golden emperor robe, but there was no one else except the Pope. "Cope!" someone exclaimed. His heart was extremely frightened. The person who lost turned out to be the Pope, the spokesperson of the Lord in their hearts. The Pope was actually defeated by the heretic. It was simply a bolt from the blue. Even if many people were prepared, they were already crying when they saw this scene. They were extremely frightened. The heretic won. The heretic actually won. How is this possible? Chapter 2349. Countless people felt that their faith was about to collapse. The heretic actually won. A heretic who deserved to go to hell actually won against the Pope, who was like a god to them. At this moment, their worldview collapsed, and even their faith was shaken. Although the Pope was not a god, in this world where there was no God, he was the representative of God. He was the incarnation of God. Now, even the representative and incarnation of God were defeated. It was completely unimaginable. The figure of the Pope fell directly into the Vatican, and he was no longer breathing. After exhausting his life force, he directly stopped breathing. The golden light that was originally condensed in the sky, which belonged to the power of faith, also collapsed in an instant, turning into a light rain that fell down. All the people who had diseases in their bodies were also healed by this light rain. But now the whole city was in panic and pain. Who would pay attention to such a small matter? Not only were they sad about the death of the Pope, but they were also afraid that Yi Shiwen would go on a killing spree. In their eyes, Yi Shiwen had undoubtedly become the most terrifying devil in hell, Satan. His terrifying devil might had already made everyone despair. Is God really going to abandon us, the sincere believers? But the only thing that they could rest assured was that Yi Shiwen did not take the opportunity to attack the Vatican, but turned around and left. For Yi Shiwen, he was not a homicidal maniac. Doing this was enough. He said that the Vatican would be in trouble. Now that the Pope had fallen, it was karma. For the Vatican, the trouble was far from this little bit. Yi Shiwen had killed his way to the Vatican, but in the end, they could not do anything to him. This was a huge blow to the prestige of the Vatican that had been accumulated for thousands of years, not to mention that the strongest pope had died tragically. On the surface, the Vatican would lack the top powerhouses. The new pope would probably have to go through a struggle for power and profit and compromise with each other. Even if he were to take the throne, under such circumstances, he would probably be badly battered. As for the clamoring for an expedition to the east, it was completely useless. At this time, if Yi Shiwen did not look for trouble with them, they would already be thanking the heavens, let alone looking for trouble with Yi Shiwen. Through this battle, they could also see that Yi Shiwen's strength was far beyond their imagination. The fact that he had single-handedly defeated the Vatican was already enough to shock the entire world. The appearance of such a powerful heresy in the East was not a good thing for the entire West. Apart from fighting against the demonic beasts, the East and the West basically couldn't see eye to eye on anything else. There were too many frictions between them. Basically, it was a situation where one side was losing while the other was gaining. However, even with such a big background, perhaps even the Dark Church wouldn't let go of this opportunity to wantonly expand. The Dark Church was already under a lot of pressure. How could they have the time to look for trouble with Yi Shiwen? Not to mention that the major families and sects in the East would not give up on infiltrating the West. The Holy See would not be able to spare any manpower for a long time. Even if they could spare some manpower, they would not dare to cause trouble for Yi Shiwen, and would only dare to stabilize the front lines. And Yi Shiwen's goal would also be achieved. The news of the fall of the Pope quickly spread throughout the world. Everyone was shocked by this news. The momentum of the Zhang family became even stronger. With such a powerful ancestor, the Zhang family would be extremely prosperous in the foreseeable future. And Yi Shiwen, who had done this, did not show any other signs. He disappeared in front of everyone. At least, in the eyes of the vast majority of people, he was considered to have disappeared and never appeared again. 200 years passed quietly. Soon, the appearance of Yi Shiwen 200 years ago had been forgotten by the vast majority of people. Even in the environment where everyone practiced martial arts after the cataclysm, it could be said that an entire generation had passed, or even 2 or 3 generations had been born. After all, most people could not practice to a higher realm. Those who could practice to the Xiantian realm could be regarded as a genius. But a Xiantian powerhouse could only live for more than 200 years. With the gap in the martial arts realm, the gap in lifespan would also increase. The legendary world of great unity did not descend. On the contrary, it was divided into stricter classes. This was a blatant mockery of the theory of more than 1,000 years ago. Every base city could be divided into elite and wealthy areas and peaceful areas. Although the technological progress of 1,000 years was not earth-shaking, it was enough to eliminate the stubborn disease of thousands of years. In any case, the poor, no matter how miserable they were, had enough social benefits from birth to death. However, for those high-level people, although 200 years was not a short time, in fact, most of the people in power in the past were still there. They could never forget that person who terrified them. 200 years was a lifetime for ordinary people. But for a great sage who was at most more than 1,000 years old, he had not even entered the peak of his life. Even with the terrible environment of the earth, a great sage who was more than 1,000 years old could only be regarded as more than half of his life. How could such a person die? Was there anything on the earth that could threaten that monster? He must be lurking somewhere. Therefore, even if Yi Shiwen did not show up again after the trip to Vatican City 200 years ago, people still did not dare to underestimate the Zhang family. Moreover, in a mere 200 years, the Zhang family was like a blowout. After Yi Shiwen left a complete series of cultivation experiences and some corresponding martial techniques, the Zhang family had more than 5 great sages and more than 10 sage realm masters in the past 200 years. Zhang Li, who had already entered the great sage realm, had cultivated to the peak of the great sage realm. The strength of the Zhang family had undergone earth-shaking changes in a short time. More than 100 years ago, Zhang Guijie had also entered the great sage realm and finally achieved his wish to ascend to the highest position, making the Zhang family a supreme clan. Although he had retired now, the Zhang family had better control over the imperial court. In the mouth of many people, the Zhang family had truly become a supreme clan, the #1 clan in China and even the world. Many ancient clans with a long history could not compare with the Zhang family in terms of strength. However, with Yi Shiwen's experience and power techniques, as well as the many heavenly treasures he had left behind, the Zhang family's strength had skyrocketed so fast that many people had not expected it. The Zhang family, which could only be regarded as the bottom among the top clans, had become an existence that everyone had to look up to in one fell swoop. It could even be comparable to the old behemoths with thousands of years of inheritance, such as Mount Shu and Kunlun. This was only the change in the past 200 years, and the Zhang family was still on the fast track of development. It was unimaginable to what extent it would reach after hundreds or thousands of years. Even if the current Zhang family did not have Yi Shiwen, it was enough to stand firmly without worrying about the pressure of others. However, the Zhang family had become more and more low-key in the past 200 years. Like other ancient clans, they had slowly appeared less and less in front of the public, especially after Zhang Guijie had also retired from the supreme position a few decades ago. The first and second generations of the Zhang family had appeared even less. Everything was transforming into an ancient clan with a heritage. Nowadays, the Zhang family no longer needed to occupy important positions in China and use the state machinery to ensure their family's prestige. The first and second generations had become many great sages, and the third generations had also entered the sage realm. This was the Zhang family's greatest heritage and the greatest confidence. There was a very simple shop in the civilian area of the great Fuzhou city. The decoration was like the style of thousands of years ago, and it seemed a little out of place with the surrounding modern style. The place at the end of the entire street was a little remote, and there were not many people on weekdays. The whole shop looked dazzling, but it was selling some handicrafts. Usually, there would be some people patronizing it. After all, in this day and age, everything was produced by machines from the assembly line. Such handicrafts were rare. Early in the morning, a somewhat stooped old man opened the door of the shop. Although he had white hair, he was quite strong. Then he sat on the rocking chair next to him and started rocking. He would only get up reluctantly when there were people, but there were not many people in the early morning. "Grandpa Yi, Grandpa Yi." It didn't take long for a clear voice to be heard. It was a little girl who looked like she was carved out of jade, jumping and running towards him. Thump! The little girl fell directly to the ground, and her face was covered with dust. Slow down, you little monkey. Are you hurt? The old man's aged voice had a bit of helplessness. It's okay, it doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. The little girl giggled and got up from the ground. She was not delicate at all. Nowadays, children had been injected with genetic potions since they were young. Their bodies were hit hard, and it was difficult to break their skin under normal circumstances. It was just that the clothes on their bodies were a little dirty. The little girl continued to run over and directly bumped into the old man. The old man showed a smile on his face and patted her body to get rid of the dust. Why are you up so early today? The old man asked. I'm going to kindergarten today. I won't be able to play with Grandpa Yi in the future. So Mom told me to come early to say goodbye to Grandpa Yi. The little girl smiled innocently, but her eyes were extremely lively. And after you go, you have to listen to the teacher and have a good relationship with the other children. The old man said, and Mom and Dad said the same. The little girl nodded very hard, as if she was promising something. Oh, Grandpa Yi, where's Big Sisterly? I haven't seen Big Sisterly for a long time. Oh, so little Nuanuan isn't here to see Grandpa, but to see Big Sisterly? The old man asked with a straight face. Not really. The little girl was a little embarrassed, and her cute little face was a little embarrassed. I'm also here to see Grandpa Yi. Ha 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 ha. The old man burst into laughter, his voice loud and clear. Chapter 2350. Yi Shiwen patted the girl on the head. She stuck out her tongue and looked very cute. However, she was somewhat embarrassed that her thoughts had been seen through by Yi Shiwen. Grandpa Yi, why did Cicely take so long to come? Nuanuan asked directly when she realized that Yi Shiwen had seen through her thoughts. Oh, she's very, very busy. She's now a very high official. So how can she come so often? Yi Shiwen said with a chuckle. Nuanuan was asking Dawn. It had been 200 years. She had never given up for 200 years. Yi Shiwen knew that Dawn was interested in him, but he was not a person who could give her happiness. He would leave sooner or later. When that happened, was he going to leave her alone? Therefore, he quickly distanced himself from Dawn. However, Dawn was more stubborn than he imagined. Over the 200 years, she would come every once in a while. Sometimes she would not say a word and just sit there. She would also cook a meal for Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen could not persuade her, so he let her be. Although the two did not say a word, they had a tacit understanding. Neither of them pointed it out. Slowly, the neighbors in the neighborhood learned of the matter. After all, Dawn did not hide it every time she came. 200 years had passed. Not only had the Yi clan undergone great changes, but the two of them had also undergone great changes. Yi Shiwen himself had become older and older. He had slowly aged like an ordinary person, from a teenager to a young man, to a middle-aged man, and then to an old man. Little by little, he had gradually fallen into depravity. Perhaps no one would be able to see from his turbid eyes that he had once been a graceful person. Compared to him, Dawn did not change much. Her figure was still petite and hot. She had a youthful face, but compared to 200 years ago, she looked more mature and experienced. Therefore, little Nuanuan called him Grandpa Yi, while she called Dawn Li Cicely. This difference in seniority made Dawn tease him every time. Yi Shiwen could only smile bitterly and shake his head. He didn't say anything. He had been an ordinary person for the past 200 years. He had slowly aged with the passage of time. This was his cultivation. This was his Tao. No one could stop him from following his Tao. And compared to Yi Shiwen, who had opened an accessory store after graduating from university and had been selling handicrafts for 200 years, Dawn was a lot more brilliant. Dawn, who had astounding talent in mecha piloting, was conscripted into the military after graduation. In 200 years, she went from a bottom-feeder soldier to the position of commander-in-chief of China's 8 cosmos fleets. It could be said that she held great power and was famous. She could be said to be a goddess of the people. Although she was getting busier and busier, she would always make time to come here every 2 months. For 200 years, rain or shine, time did not make her lose patience. Instead, it made her more determined. How could it be said that Yi Shiwen wasn't moved at all? It was just that he was destined not to belong here. He didn't dare to accept anyone's kindness, and he couldn't afford to delay anyone. In the past 200 years, other than her rising in rank, her cultivation was also rising. Not long ago, she had even stepped into the great sage realm. Yi Shiwen did not help her much. Firstly, she had extraordinary talent. Secondly, Yi Shiwen knew that the Zhang family had contributed a lot behind the scenes. Everyone in the neighborhood knew about Don, so how could the Zhang family not know? Although they did not dare to disturb him, they were indirectly helping Don. Otherwise, although Don's family had some influence, it was insufficient for her to climb to such a high position in a short period of 200 years. The cultivation techniques and resources that Yi Shiwen had left behind in the Zhang family were secretly rewarded to Don in the name of the military. Otherwise, she would not have been able to rise to the great sage realm in such a short period of time. And after stepping into the great sage realm, her reputation became even greater. She had truly stepped into the highest echelons of China's military. Her future was limitless. And probably no one would have guessed that this ordinary-looking owner of a handicraft store would have any connection with the military goddess in the hearts of the masses. In this regard, the Zhang family also paid great attention to protecting Yi Shiwen's news. Even if someone occasionally saw it, the Zhang family would suppress the news, so no one knew about it. Thinking of Dawn, Yi Shiwen's face unconsciously revealed a smile. Seeing her step by step to the position of being the center of attention, he saw a metamorphosis. "Oh, Grandpa Yi, the next time Sisterly comes, you have to inform Nuanyuan immediately." Nuanyuan looked at Yi Shiwen and said with a serious face. Obviously, this matter was very important to her. Yi Shiwen laughed and said, "Got it. I don't know why the two of you hit it off so well." He patted Nuanyuan's little head and said with a smile, "All right, since you are going to kindergarten, be careful. Don't be late. Hurry up." And got it. "Goodbye, Grandpa Yi." Nuanyuan nodded sensibly and bid farewell to Yi Shiwen. From afar, Yi Shiwen saw Nuanyuan's parents looking at him from afar. His eyes momentarily went into a trance. It was as though Nuanyuan's father was this old many years ago. Even Yen, Nuanyuan's grandfather, looked the same way. There were 3 generations of grandparents. One generation aged, the next was in his prime, and the next was growing up. Samsara was like this, endless. In a few more years, Nuanyuan would have a family. She would also have her own family. Then, she would have his children and grandchildren. Wasn't that how people were? Their lives would pass by in a hurry, and they would never be able to grasp their youth. The corners of his eyes were a little moist. It was unknown what he was thinking. Yi Shiwen seemed to have understood something. Something was like a thorn in his heart, and at that moment it was about to burst. When he saw this scene, the most stubborn insistence in his heart suddenly cracked. He still vaguely remembered the look on Nuanyuan's father's face when he ran over to report the good news. It was the joy of becoming a father for the first time. Suddenly, an ancient ringtone sounded. In this day and age, who would still use such an ancient ringtone? It was probably an old fellow like Yi Shiwen. He took out his phone and tapped on the call button. A projection appeared in front of him. On it was a valiant and cute chick dressed in a military uniform. It was none other than Dawn. Even after 200 years, her youthful face did not change at all. She looked just like when Yi Shiwen first met her. "Why do you have the time to call me at this time?" Yi Shiwen said. His voice sounded a little aged, and there were some joyful emotions that he did not realize. Yi Shiwen. However, Dawn did not act as he expected. She did not reveal her cutest smile, but instead, she turned uncharacteristically solemn. What's wrong? Yi Shiwen sensed that something was amiss. I love you, Dawn said softly. Yi Shiwen immediately sensed that something was amiss. The two of them had a tacit understanding, but she had never said such words before. Her tone was even more odd. You know that I love you, right? For the past 200 years, you have been distancing yourself from me. I know that, but what can I do? I just like you. Dawn no longer had the solemn image she had in front of others. Her voice was choked with sobs. Why didn't you give me a response? Why? Why? The corners of her eyes were moist. Over the past 200 years, time had not left any traces on her face. Yi Shiwen did not know what to say when the words reached his mouth. How should he say them? What was the point of saying them? Listen, I don't have much time. Make it short. Dawn said, in the future, when I'm not around, you have to take good care of yourself. If we meet again in the next life, can you chase after me? I'm really tired. There was a commotion from the other side of the video call. There was a series of exclamations. Also, the last sentence. Yi Shiwen, you big bastard. Yi Shiwen immediately jumped up from his chair. With an agitated expression, he said, What happened on your side? Tell me, what happened on your side? Hey, don't scare me. Say something. However, the video call had been turned off. He could not receive any news at all. His heart palpitated as an ominous premonition instantly crept into his mind. Dear viewers, we have an important piece of news. We have an important piece of news. At that moment, the television that was bought decades ago in the store was broadcasting the morning news. At that moment, an urgent piece of news was suddenly broadcasted. Just a moment ago, China's base on Jupiter was attacked by countless fey beasts. Jupiter Base City's garrison troops have already launched a counterattack. As for the 7th Fleet stationed on Jupiter's space station, they have also urgently entered the battle. However, the news from the front lines is extremely unfavorable. A large portion of the base city's defenses have been breached. The 7th Fleet, which has been deployed to defend, has also suffered heavy losses. Up to the moment we received the news, they have lost at least a third of their forces. The following is the image sent from the front lines. The television was broadcasting the image taken from Jupiter in front of them. The flames of war raged across the sky. Huge and terrifying fey beasts were rampaging, sweeping towards Jupiter Base City like a tide. Countless mechas were destroyed in the first collision. Among them, rare and terrifying fey beasts also appeared one after another. In the image, an incomparably huge Jiao dragon was particularly eye-catching. Its body was thousands of meters long, and it looked like a mountain crushing over. It made people shudder with fear. This time, the fey beasts have not only mobilized a large number of fey beasts to attack the Jupiter base, but many fey beast kings who have not shown themselves for a long time have also appeared in the attacking team. What everyone is looking at now is the Jiao Dragon King, who is known as the #1 fey beast king. Many years ago, he destroyed a large fleet in the west by himself. No one was able to stop him. According to the opinion of military experts, the fey beasts may have planned this operation to completely drive the human race out of Jupiter. As for the following news, our television station will pay close attention and broadcast it immediately. Chapter 2351. Although Jupiter's base city was also a base city, it was different from the base cities on Earth and Mars. It was at most a forward operating base. As it was still in the extremely dangerous Jupiter, there were not many civilians. It was basically a huge military base. From the beginning of its establishment, it was built using the military base as a blueprint. Usually it could be said to be impregnable, and there was definitely a great sage presiding over it. However, it was the home base of the fey beasts Jupiter. It was still chaotic and could be destroyed by the fey beast horde at any time. But even so, it was rare for them to be mobilized on such a large scale. Although the forward operating base on Jupiter was in a precarious situation, it was also because of this that the governments of various countries had invested countless elites into it. For example, one of China's 8 fleets was stationed on Jupiter just to watch over such a forward operating base. It was obvious how important it was. But now, an unprecedented catastrophe had happened. It could be said to be unprecedented. Maybe it was, as the military expert had said. The Fey beasts could no longer tolerate the existence of the human forward operating base on Jupiter and planned on uprooting it. Yi Shiwen suddenly understood why Dawn was behaving abnormally. She was bidding farewell. What should he do? Even with Yi Shiwen's state of mind, he instantly panicked. He completely lost the decisiveness he had in the past. The details of the 200 years of companionship surged into his mind bit by bit. It messed up all his thoughts. It was not that he did not know how to judge. It was because this was his Tao. Whether he could truly attain Tao depended on the outcome of his Tao transformation. And now, the Tao transformation was in its final stages. He was already old, and in a few more years it would end. But now such a thing had happened. It put him in a dilemma. His hands were trembling, and his body was stiff. He had never been in such a situation before. How to choose to the left or to the right? He was in a complete mess. At this moment, Jupiter was completely engulfed in the flames of war. China's forward operating base city was already surrounded by a massive sea of Fey beasts. At a glance, the Fey beasts were endless. The sky, the ground, and even the ground were filled with endless Fey beasts. Even the elite soldiers of the base city were terrified by the ferocious beasts that were so ferocious that even the elite soldiers of the base city were terrified. The front lines were broken one after another. They could not stop these crazy beasts at all. Bullets, lasers, rockets, and all sorts of martial arts flashed. Life was so fragile on the battlefield. Whether it was demonic beasts or human soldiers, it was the same. Mechs and martial arts experts were on the front lines, fighting for time. In the sky, the 7th Fleet also broke into the atmosphere of Jupiter as soon as possible and started a decisive battle with the monsters. The huge battleships were hundreds of meters long, but in the face of the extremely huge monsters, they seemed so small and insignificant. From time to time, battleships wrapped in flames could be seen falling from the sky, crashing into the ground and causing a series of violent explosions. The demonic beasts in the sky became even more frenzied. Pterosaurs flew past one after another, and battleships were falling every second. On the flagship in the center of the 7th Fleet, mecha were entering and exiting from time to time. Everyone didn't even have time to catch their breath. They were all racing against time because the battle had already reached the vicinity of the flagship. One could imagine how dangerous the battle situation was. Against such a massive number of Fey beasts, all formations and tactics were meaningless. The only thing they could do was to constantly kill. The main cannon, which was tens of meters thick, was constantly firing. Every time the ammunition was delivered, a powerful Fey beast would be blasted to death. Even a Sage Realm expert would be instantly blasted into nothingness if they failed to dodge in time. It could be said that it was the most terrifying weapon in the hands of the human race at present. In the bridge's command center, there was chaos. Countless people were entering and exiting, and on the commander's seat, Dawn's youthful face had a look of determination. After bidding farewell to Yi Shiwen, she had nothing else to ask for. Even if there was a great deal of reluctance in her heart, it was meaningless at that moment. Bridge retreat. Fire freely, Dawn said in a staid manner, before the horde of Fey beasts attacked. The bridge was the first to retreat into the massive hull. Dawn stood up and said to her adjutant, "I'll leave the battleship to you. I'll head out to fight." "General, how can you head out now?" The adjutant immediately tried to dissuade her. In this situation, what's the difference between commanding or not commanding? It's fine as long as you hold the fort. I'll head out to fight. We can't let the other party continue their rampage. Dawn said with a look of determination. With that said, her figure disappeared. When she appeared again, she was already in the maintenance room. There was a golden mecha that belonged solely to her. Moments later, she had entered the golden mecha. This was a special mecha that was specially designed for her. It was different from the mass-produced mecha. It was even more powerful, allowing her to fully express her strength. With this special mecha, she was even confident that she could match a peak Great Sage expert. Amidst the whistling sound, the golden mecha had already appeared on the battlefield. Instantly, it charged into the most intense area of the battle. Boom! A few fey beasts failed to dodge in time and were slammed to death by the golden mecha. The most elite technology of the human race was reflected in the golden mecha. It was ridiculously sturdy. Even fey beasts that were known for their bodies were slammed to death. Roar! An extremely terrifying roar came from afar. On the battlefield, everyone looked over and saw that in the sky, a figure was caught by 2 dragon claws, and then torn into 2 halves in the air, and then swallowed by a huge dragon mouth. Everyone immediately panicked because many of them recognized the person that was torn into 2. It was the peak Great Sage expert that presided over their forward operating base. It could be said that he was one of the top experts in China. However, he was swallowed by the Flood Dragon King. With a body that was more than 1,000 meters long, the gigantic dragon had danced in midair. It looked extremely terrifying. Boom! Another series of explosions sounded. It was the Flood Dragon's gigantic body sweeping over. The battleships that were swept by him exploded in midair. There was no other way out. Roar! Fey beasts are invincible. Today, we will flatten the human base. This huge flood dragon roared angrily, causing countless fey beasts to follow suit and roar. The whole scene looked extremely terrifying. Even the most elite soldiers could not help but feel hopeless when they saw such a scene at this time. In the face of such an attack, it was almost impossible to defend. Jupiter was too far away from the base camps of Mars and Earth. Even if a great sage rushed over overnight, it would take a long time. The base cities would definitely fall during such a long time. At this time, the only thing that supported them was their long-standing discipline and the idea that they were going to die anyway. Even if they died, they would drag someone down with them. Evil dragon, you're courting death. A delicate shout reverberated on the battlefield. A golden figure rushed into the battlefield with lightning speed. A terrifying battleship slicing blade that was more than 100 meters long was grasped in her hand. She slashed fiercely towards the 1,000-meter-long flood dragon in the sky. Clang! There was a huge roar, like the sound of gold and iron colliding. Everyone saw the battleship slicing blade sliding on the flood dragon scales, causing sparks to fly everywhere. However, it was unable to do anything to this flood dragon. However, the flood dragon had a ferocious smile on its face as it clawed at the golden figure. Swoosh! The golden figure instantly dodged. She pushed her speed to the limit and barely managed to avoid the gigantic dragon claw. At this moment, everyone saw what the golden mecha was. Many people cheered. Everyone recognized her. She was their goddess and also the army's god of war. She was an ace pilot, Dawn. However, Dawn's tiny face revealed a solemn expression. The battleship's slicing blade in her mecha's hand was made using the most advanced alloy formula. Together with the refinement of a master refiner, an ordinary great sage would be cleaved in half if they were struck by the blade. The flood dragon was unharmed. Although the dragon race was famous for their powerful bodies, her battleship slicing blade could at least open a gash that was hundreds of meters long. How was this possible? You are Don Lee? The flood dragon looked at Don Lee and laughed sinisterly. This king has heard of your name. Among the weak human women, you are quite rare. It just so happens that this king has achieved great success today and is lacking a concubine that can hold the fort. If you are willing to surrender now, this king can spare your life. This king can even spare your subordinates, as long as they are willing to fight for this king. Dream on. Dawn said coldly. Her eyes were ashen, and she was already prepared to die. She had no intention of leaving this place alive. The Golden Mecha's gigantic battleship, slicing blade, instantly slashed out a gigantic beam of light at Flood Dragon King. Stubborn fool. This king gave you a chance, but you actually dared to refuse this king. However, this king likes strong women. Ordinary human women are too useless. They die after playing with them for a while. The Flood Dragon King laughed sinisterly, not caring at all. Dragons were lustful by nature. Even a flood dragon was tainted by this to a large extent. From fey beasts to human women, there was nothing he did not want. It was unknown how many women he had defiled over the years. Whoosh! A gigantic battleship, slicing blade, suddenly appeared in front of him. It was about to cleave his head apart. The Golden Mecha's speed had reached its peak. However, Flood Dragon King suddenly grabbed the battleship, slicing blade as his other gigantic claw swiped at the Golden Mecha. Chapter 2352. The gigantic claw tore through the firmament as it clawed at the Golden Mecha's body. Inside the mecha, Dawn was immediately alarmed. The Flood Dragon King had reached an inconceivable state. The specially made battleship, Slicing Blade, was unable to slice through his scales. If she were to be grabbed by him, only death awaited her. Bam! She did not even have the time to dodge before she was struck by the dragon claw. The entire mecha's armor was torn apart, revealing the figure within. If it were any ordinary pilot, they would have long been grabbed to death. Dawn's figure flew out of the mecha. Ha 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 ha, come here for this king. The gigantic Flood Dragon King roared with laughter, causing the entire sky to tremble. The gigantic dragon claw swept over as it clawed at Dawn. There was a rumbling sound everywhere in the world. With the sound of wind and thunder, the gigantic dragon claw produced fey aura that filled the sky. It surged into the sky and tore apart the firmament. At that critical moment, a sword beam tore through the universe and cleaved down ruthlessly from 100 million feet away. Vile dragon, you are courting death! Boom! Accompanied by the angry roar, the terrifying Flood Dragon King was stabbed by the sword. The scales that Dawn's battleship Slicing Blade could not penetrate were pinned to the ground by the sword. With a loud boom, the massive body that spanned more than 500 kilometers came crashing down. Countless fey beasts that failed to dodge in time were smashed to smithereens. Cracks that stretched for more than 500 kilometers appeared in the ground. Dust flew everywhere, forming a powerful shockwave that flattened countless buildings. Who is it? How dare you sneak attack this king? Flood Dragon King roared as he constantly struggled in a bid to escape from the sword beam. However, the sword beam that descended from the sky seemed to condense into a real sharp sword. It did not dissipate at all. He had no means of escaping even if he wanted to. An azure-colored figure descended from the sky. Everyone saw that it was an elder with white hair and beard. He held a sword in hand as he walked across the sky. He appeared slow, but was actually fast. Instantly, he appeared in front of Dawn. Everyone's attention was focused on the old man before them. They compared him to the top-notch experts from the various sects in their memories. However, they found that none of them could match up to the old man before them. Since when did such a big shot appear in the human race? That shocking figure from 200 years ago wouldn't be in their memories. Moreover, Yi Shiwen had aged a long time ago compared to 200 years ago. Even the people who knew him back then wouldn't be able to recognize him. When Dawn saw the person in front of her clearly, her eyes could not help but moisten. Tears had already blurred her vision. She had never cried even when facing death. But at that moment, she could not stop the tears from rolling down her beautiful face. Why are you crying again? People will think that I am bullying you again, Yi Shiwen said with a smile. He raised his old hand and wiped away her tears. "You are the one who bullied me." Dawn slapped his hand away and said reproachfully. Even she, who had been living with Yi Shiwen for 200 years, had never imagined that Yi Shiwen would one day appear in front of her in such a manner, as though he was a king that reigned over the world. She didn't know why Yi Shiwen, who had once appeared in the campus, had slowly become mediocre, and had drifted further and further away from her life trajectory. If it wasn't for her perseverance, she was sure that Yi Shiwen would have definitely disappeared in front of her, and would have disappeared in front of her. Even so, even with the two of them together, she had a feeling that Yi Shiwen could leave at any moment. That feeling of insecurity urged her to cling onto Yi Shiwen without letting him go. She knew that Yi Shiwen was definitely not as simple as he seemed on the surface. However, she never expected that Yi Shiwen was not only not simple, he was simply not simple. The Flood Dragon King that she could not do a thing against had been immobilized by Yi Shiwen with a single strike, leaving it unable to retaliate. She was very curious, but she did not ask. She did not ask anything. Yi Shiwen smiled and said, "I will explain everything to you. However, let's clean up this trash first." He turned his head to look at the Flood Dragon King that was constantly twisting and struggling at his feet. His eyes were filled with killing intent. In the end, he chose to come to the rescue. 200 years of persistence and hard work had been for naught. Although he did not regret it, he was filled with boundless killing intent towards these people that had destroyed his cultivation. "Let this king go." Flood Dragon King roared. "You are just a beast that managed to cultivate to the transcendent realm by luck. How dare you stir up a bloody storm in the human world? No one can save you." Yi Shiwen's eyes were extremely cold. He could tell at a glance that the Flood Dragon King had already cultivated to the transcendent realm. In this world, the laws had been modified. Originally, once one cultivated to the transcendent realm, he should immediately ascend. However, he had used a mystic technique to suppress his cultivation to prevent the laws of this world from rejecting him. Therefore, even Dawn was no match for the Flood Dragon King, even if she used a special machine. This was because the two of them were no longer on the same level. Although he could fool others, he could not fool Yi Shiwen's Eye of Redemption. How do you know? Flood Dragon King roared as blood flowed from his body. The Sword of Light was also constantly trembling as if it was about to be broken by him. "How dare you show off your insignificant skills in front of me? You destroyed my cultivation and prevented me from achieving Tao. Do you know how great the karma is? It's so great that you can't cleanse this karma even if you are destroyed." Yi Shiwen said coldly. Yi Shiwen no longer suppressed his cultivation and released it bit by bit. The world was changing. He had originally suppressed his cultivation to avoid being rejected by the Earth's space. Now, it seemed like there was no need for that. He didn't know when the demon summoning banner appeared in his hand. He threw it out fiercely, and a shocking demonic aura swept out, creating boundless waves that spread in all directions in an instant. Roar! 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 After the roars of the demonic beasts, there was endless silence. Wherever this terrifying wave of demonic chi passed, all the demonic beasts were vaporized. Their flesh and blood were also instantly devoured by the demon's summoning banner, evaporating in an instant. The endless sea of beasts that looked like a sea of people had turned into dust. It was unknown if there were millions or tens of millions of them. In an instant, all of them turned into ashes. Even the powerful Jiao Dragon King was no exception. In front of the artifact, whether it was a great sage or a transcendent realm, there was no difference. Such a scene was too shocking. Many of the Chinese soldiers, who had already entered a state of despair, felt that it was an unforgettable scene. They never knew that an artifact could have such terrifying power. Even the legendary Mount Shu's purple-green dual swords paled in comparison. At that moment, Dawn was horrified to discover that Yi Shiwen, who was in front of her, was rapidly shriveling up as though his flesh and blood had been sucked dry. His originally spirited appearance was instantly sucked dry to the point of being skin and bones. Indeed, using the demon summoning banner is still too forceful. Yi Shiwen coughed twice and said dryly, "It was given to him by the main body to protect him." A gigantic rift opened in the sky, and a powerful suction force shot down. The power that clearly exceeded the limits of this world was being repelled by the space. The demon summoning banner wrapped around the ring on Yi Shiwen's hand and flew into the rift. How did this happen? How did this happen? How did this happen? Dawn's tears flowed down uncontrollably. She hugged the skinny Yi Shiwen and did not dare imagine an even more terrifying outcome. "I'm fine." Yi Shiwen turned around with great difficulty. His skinny body looked incomparably terrifying. "Listen to me. I don't have much time left. I remember every single detail of the past 200 years. I have never forgotten it. Then why didn't you accept me?" Sob. Dawn could not help but sob softly. "I'm not a person of this world, to begin with. If I were to accept you, I would only be harming you. In the future, without me, you have to take care of yourself. Don't recklessly rush out like you did this time. If there's anything in the future, you can find the Zhang family. They will help you," Yi Shiwen said dryly. His voice was hoarse like a night owl's. "I don't want to. I don't want you to leave." Dawn could no longer hear him. Her mind was in chaos. "Listen to me. You don't have to be sad. I'm not dead. It's just that my avatar has collapsed. It's just a trivial matter," Yi Shiwen said nonchalantly. Compared to vindicating his Tao, the collapse of an avatar was indeed a trivial matter that was not worth mentioning. "I will find you. I definitely will." Dawn's sobbing voice resounded throughout the battlefield, and in her arms, Yi Shiwen's body began to shatter inch by inch. Just as his voice faded, he turned into a rain of light in front of everyone's eyes and dissipated into the sky. On the battlefield, everyone was stunned. They were at a loss as to what to do. The terrifying Fey beast horde that made them extremely nervous and thought that they were doomed had completely dissipated. And all of this had come at a terrible price. Everyone roughly understood the elder's situation. He had probably suffered a backlash from an artifact. They also calmed down the horror in their hearts. How could there not be any repercussions from forcefully using such a terrifying artifact? "Yi Shiwen, you bastard. I will definitely find you." On the battlefield, Dawn's voice was intermittent as it was drowned in the tsunami of cheers that followed. Tears could not help but fall onto her hands. She felt like a piece of her heart had been dug out. She could not grasp the future at all. At the same time, in a majestic palace on a particular mountain peak in the heavenly realm, Yi Shiwen suddenly opened his eyes. A flag flew in and into his body. Chapter 2353. Yi Shiwen opened his eyes and sighed. He had failed to complete the true transformation process at the last moment. It was too obvious to use the demon beckoning banner with the strength of a doppelganger. In the end, it led to the collapse of his physical body. He would have been dead by now if he was only a person with the cultivation of a great sage. It was just an avatar. Although it took a lot of effort, it collapsed anyway. It was a pity that the final Tao transformation was not completed. A group of golden light flew over and flew into Yi Shiwen's body. It was the avatar's spirit. Bits and pieces of 200 years poured into his mind, but this was the result in the end. Yi Shiwen suddenly felt that he was ridiculous. It was really ridiculous. He had to painstakingly live the life of an ordinary person and wanted to prove his Tao. However, he didn't know that he was no longer an ordinary person. The past was the past after all. Perhaps the failure of Tao transformation this time was fate itself. The past was gone forever. No one could reverse time, not even Yi Shiwen. Ha, so that's it. That's it. My obsession doesn't exist. It's so ridiculous. Yi Shiwen laughed loudly. His laughter shook the entire palace. The entire mountain range shook in this laughter. Gao Chengsheng abruptly stood up. He lived in another palace, which was a little strange. Unless it was time for his master to preach, he would always be in a state of closed-door training. He had been like this for the past 200 years. What on earth could make him laugh so carefreely? A whole 200 years made him feel that his life was more fulfilling and exciting than his previous life of more than 1,000 years. Everything he had seen was more amazing. In the past, he thought that transcendent realm was already the peak. Later, he thought that celestial realm was already the peak. He had never heard of mysterious realm. It was not something that a casual cultivator like him could come into contact with. But now, following Yi Shiwen, in these 200 years, his cultivation went all the way like a hot knife through butter. He directly soared all the way to Powong Realm 5th level, and all this only took 200 years. In the past, if he could cultivate to such a level in 200 years, he would wake up laughing even in his dreams. However, in the past 200 years, he had not only grown in strength. More importantly, he was no longer the country bumpkin who had just arrived in the heaven realm and didn't know anything. His knowledge was also increasing day by day. After traveling in the heaven realm for so many years, he understood how rare it was to follow this master of his. A powerful deity was listening to his every word. This kind of treatment, in the eyes of ordinary people, even those peerless geniuses, did not have this kind of treatment. In the past 200 years, Yi Shiwen had personally taught him the power technique, personally preached the Tao and countless cultivation resources that Yi Shiwen had accumulated in the past. In addition, he would travel to the heavenly realm from time to time, which allowed his cultivation to advance very quickly, far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Therefore, it was not too surprising to have such cultivation. In order to stabilize his foundation, Yi Shiwen even deliberately suppressed the progress of his cultivation. In the past 200 years, the master and disciple had been staying in this mountain range in the heavenly realm. Yi Shiwen had personally arranged the array formation. It had instantly turned this ordinary mountain range into a fairyland on earth. It was a paradise. Cultivating in this place would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. Slowly, various palaces were also built. For people with great magical power, this was just a matter of raising their hands. He even had the idea of re-establishing the pilgrimage palace in the heaven realm. With his current demigod cultivation, although it was impossible to build an immortal inheritance, it was more than enough to build a first-class force. However, with Yi Shiwen in charge, it was possible to say that it was an immortal inheritance. But for some reason, Yi Shiwen suppressed this idea. He did not object to it. He only said that the time was not ripe yet, so he could only suppress this idea reluctantly. However, since his master was smiling so happily, something good must have happened. Naturally, he was also happy. But immediately he saw an incomparably shocking scene. He saw that the boundless purple aura in the sky was coming from the east. At a glance, it covered millions of miles of land. In the sky, golden lotuses appeared out of thin air and fell down. One of them fell on his body. He found that this golden lotus actually contained the Great Way. Some of the things that he originally had difficulty understanding suddenly became clear. He suddenly realized that these golden lotuses were not simple. They turned out to be directly transformed from the Great Way. He quickly stretched out his big hand and suddenly grabbed these golden lotuses. The changes in the world continued. There was a faint chanting sound of deities. It seemed as if fairies had appeared in the sky and were dancing. All kinds of Dharma images and divine sounds appeared one after another. Bulsh *T. After being taught by Yi Shiwen for so long, how could he not know that this was the sign of becoming a deity? Clearly, someone had become a deity. However, the problem was that in this mountain range, apart from him, there was only his master. His master had already proven his Tao, but he had not. Who was this person who had proven his Tao? He was a little puzzled. But at this time he did not have the time to think so much. He quickly absorbed these golden lotuses. This was the side benefit of proving his Tao. As the saying goes, when a man achieves Tao, his fowls and dogs also rise to heaven. It was definitely not as simple as him obtaining it. Those who followed him would also obtain great benefits. And the benefits were definitely not limited to this. Within a radius of millions of miles, all the places that were shrouded by the purple aura suddenly grew many heavenly treasures that could not have grown in the past. All of a sudden, this place became a treasure land with good feng shui. A deity had proven his Tao here. This place would also receive great benefits and be favored by the heavens. The babies born here, no matter what race, were far more intelligent than those born in other places. At this time, the entire heaven realm had also caused a sensation because someone had successfully proven his Tao. Although the purple aura only shrouded the area within a few million miles, it was impossible to count how many top masters there were in the entire heaven realm. There were many deities. It was difficult to escape their perception. Otherwise, Yi Shiwen would not have been discovered as soon as he arrived in the heaven realm. Not to mention such a big thing as proving his Tao. The world was changing, and the heavenly way was changing. How could they not feel such a big thing? Countless tyrannical divine senses swept through the entire heaven realm. Although the heaven realm was vast and boundless, it could not block the perception of these powerful deities. This is not the place of the major sects and immortal inheritances. So, is this not a disciple of the famous sects? Impossible. Who the hell has proven his Tao? There should be no young hero who can prove his Tao in the major sects recently. Who the hell is this? Is it a rogue cultivator? Look at that direction. Could it be the direction of the outsider named Yi Shiwen? Many people felt the direction of the purple aura, but the problem was that everyone knew that it was occupied by Yi Shiwen. In the past 200 years, Yi Shiwen had not come out of the mountain at all. Gradually, although many people were still vigilant against him, no one had the intention to disturb him. Slowly, they even somewhat forgot about him, although he had offended the vice sect master of the martial sect. Even the people of the martial sect did not come forward to say anything. Why would they bother to offend such a powerful expert for the martial sect? Moreover, there was a huge monster like the hidden valley behind him. There was no need at all. However, everyone was a little strange. As they knew, Yi Shiwen had already proven his Tao, and his disciple, Gao Qingye, was still far from proving his Tao. The difference was like heaven and earth. Even if 200 years had passed, it was impossible for him to really have a chance to prove his Tao. Then, who exactly had proven his Tao? If it was an ownerless place, they would have flown over long ago. However, that place was occupied by Yi Shiwen. If they did not give face to the monk, they would have to give face to the Buddha. If they angered Yi Shiwen, it would not be a good idea. If it was someone else who had proven his Tao, how could Yi Shiwen not have any reaction at all? Many people were extremely puzzled, but Yi Shiwen naturally could not give them any explanation. At this moment, in the middle of the mountain range, Yi Shiwen's figure slowly appeared in the sky. At this moment, the vision in the sky slowly dissipated. Gao Qingye absorbed the golden lotuses and only felt that his cultivation was not as simple as that. His cultivation had also directly rushed from the 5th level of the Powang realm to the 7th level of the Powang realm. It could be said that he had stepped from the middle level of the Powang realm to the late level of the Powang realm in one fell swoop. His strength had undergone an earth-shaking change. Moreover, because he had directly absorbed the golden lotuses that were directly transformed from the great Tao, they were all the purest Tao. Therefore, he would not feel any discomfort or unstable foundation. So Yi Shiwen did not stop him from absorbing. When a person achieves Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. Wasn't this the case? It was time to share the benefits. Gao Qingye hurriedly bowed at Yi Shiwen. Disciple welcomes master out of seclusion. Greetings, master. Gao Qingye hadn't grown old as compared to 200 years ago. On the contrary, he had grown younger. He had the appearance of a middle-aged man several hundred years ago, but now he had the appearance of a young man. He looked a bit younger than Yi Shiwen. His cultivation was becoming more and more profound. Compared to his demigod cultivation, 1,000 years was indeed not considered much. Even his teenage years were barely enough. "Get up," Yi Shiwen said with a smile. He was in a good mood after vindicating his Tao. He had finally vindicated his Tao. In order to vindicate his Tao, he had been struggling for centuries. This was extremely unbelievable to him. Although there were many twists and turns along the way, he had finally vindicated his Tao. The greatest obstacle to his Tao vindicating was his obsession. When he let go of these obsessions, and even the obsession of vindicating his Tao to save Dawn, he had truly undone the knot in his heart. The obstacle to vindicating his Tao no longer existed.